Hey there, it's stream 167. I'm going to continue my work that I started last week to push to launch the game foundation. Oops, I kind of thought that would happen. Silly little auto scroll. Hey there, Nui. How's it going? Oh, wait a minute. I need to update this. Hold on. I have a new updated emote. Look at that. Playing with scissors helped me update that. But I need to update my little shortcut thingy. Yata. Hold on. This is important. I guess that would be under settings, right? Shortcuts. Here we go. No. Actions. Yeah, found it. All right. Edit. So Rimo 8 Wave is replaced by Rimo 8 Hey. There. Now I can quickly do that. Yay. Cool. So yeah, that emote launched, and also there's one for I filled in a tier 2 emote just because I wanted to put it somewhere without screwing up my other emotes, so I added that beast, which makes me smile whenever I see it. So that's a picture of my kitty. When you pet his head and you pull back his skin a little bit, he looks like he's like doing that. Anyway, enough fun. So the work I'm going to do today, I started at the end of last stream on Friday, reorganizing the panels in the player console to kind of arrange things the way I want to have it in the game. So the game world has a dedicated area, and then I want to put all of the informational panels on the right, and then dedicate everything below the game world and panels to chat. And then don't know. Yeah, for now there's buttons at the bottom, but I'll probably move those into a panel. So I'm going to work on that today and start thinking at least about integrating the admin controls into the player console. So right now, admin controls is a separate app, which I totally forgot to npm start this morning. And it's a separate app, and it's sort of messed up, and I think what I'll just do is retire it and move the controls into the main front end, and then I'll just have only one front end app to worry about. And then if I get to it, I'll be working on the email blacklist. This is important because when I have my game servers sending emails, we need to behave properly. If we have bounces or complaints, we need to auto blacklist them so that we don't keep spamming people that don't want to be receiving our emails. Even though right now we're only going to be sending emails if you ask for a password reset. Who knows? Someone might ask for a password reset and then say, "Stop spamming me," and be like, "Okay, fine, auto blacklist you." And along with that, we want to see that in our players list. So if any player has asked us not to email them, we might want to go to have a chat with them if they're playing and say, "By the way, you've refused to receive email from us. Do you want a different email address sent to for password reset or what?" And then also just warn them automatically would be nice. And then I kind of also want to have controls over. Actually, no, this is not controls. There are controls are down here to purge the email queue, suspend the email queue. We'll get to that, but we want to make sure that we don't queue any emails to addresses that are in the blacklist, and then drop or automatically drop in any email that's in the queue if the addresses become blacklisted. All right, so reorganizing the panels. I'm working on this, and I think what I wanted to do next was this chat area down here is only occupying that section, and I kind of wanted to occupy the entire section here. I think what I need to do is change the flex grow field for that. Oh, and before I forget again, because of that, I want to change the inactivity timeout so that I don't have to keep logging in today. As soon as that boots up, we'll do that. I can do that while the game's running. This should be the last time I have to log in. Right now it's set to 10 minutes. So let me change it so that it's longer. Alright. Well, that's loading. Let me go look at the CSS for this section. So that's playing chat. Right, so let's change this. I think it's shrink grow. Grow shrink. So grow 1, shrink 0. There we go. Oh, I think I didn't do this initially because I wanted the buttons to show up on the bottom. If I want the buttons to show up on the bottom, then I should probably make another section for it, right? Temporary section. So move it out. And let's give it another class name. So temporary class name playing buttons. And we'll have flex no growth. So basically fixed size. There we go. That's what I wanted. So I want the chat window, the chat area to hold this whole thing, and then whatever leftover space we have put there. And let me just add a little bit of margin on the top. Actually, let's just put margin. I can't remember if it's left, right first. I think it's left, right first and then top, bottom, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I got it wrong. So it's top, bottom, and then left, right. So that there's a margin between those two sections. Hey there, Clayman. We have a new updated wave. And Romania, how's it going? I said that right as you typed that. That's cool. I'm working on the layout for the player right now. And these buttons are, this is temporarily going to be here. I'll move them out probably to a settings panel. But right now, I just put them there, and I just got the CSS done for this. So I think the next thing I want to do is have these unfold if you click certain icons, which means I need icons. Do I feel like doing graphics right now? Not really. HD wave, that's right. So you could think playing with scissors for that updated emote. What I kind of want to have, actually there's another thing I want to do. I want to take this title. This is a lot of real estate to waste. I think what I want to do is take this header out and put it over here. Maybe even remove it entirely. Like, I don't even know if I need that header. Do I need that header? Probably not when we're playing, right? So, although what did the old Ultima games do? The screenshot for that, right? Yeah, they didn't have the name of the game there. Okay. I've convinced myself I don't want that header anymore. So that's in the app, I think. Yeah, so the header, we're going to remove the header. Goodbye, header. Which means I have to change the CSS so that it's just that. Cool. No more wasted real estate on the top. Remove it when you're playing. So I could like add it. I could probably just relocate that to the login screen, right? Oh, now that the admin tool's up, I can change the inactivity timeout. Let's do that. Inactivity timeout. So let's set it to a whole day, and then re-upload that configuration to the game. There we go. So now it won't auto log me out after 10 minutes. Hey there, 85 filter. All right. Yeah, let me do some. I don't really feel like it, but let me just do it anyway. I'll start up a sprite. Hold on a second. Yeah, I was playing Starbound before. Where's my a sprite? A sprite. How come I don't see it? That's not a game, is it? Oh, because it's not a game. It's a software. There we go. Launch a sprite. A sprite's not a game. It's a softwares. Yeah, 86,400 seconds in a day. Doesn't everyone know that? How big do I want to make these? Say 64 by 64? Sure, indexed. And well, that's weird. Okay, I'm not used to the keyboard shortcuts here. I just want a generic shape like profile. So I'm doing the profile button first. It's going to take me a little bit of time to refamiliarize myself with a sprite again. Symmetry options, yes. Wait a minute. Where did it go? That doesn't seem to turn anything on or off. MS-DOS app? No, this is a sprite. For pixel art. Oh, here it is. So it added that up there. So I want symmetry so that I can draw. Which one's the drawing tool? B. And what color we're going to draw with? Well, let's draw with white. We're going to draw some Raimu art now. There we go. B is the pencil tool. What's the erase button? E. And it's too flat head, isn't it? I wonder if that button is too big. I guess I can always just size it down, right? All right, so let me fill this. Which one's a fill tool? G. Oh, nope. That didn't do what I wanted. I guess I have to fill in the whole thing first. The fill tool isn't doing what I want. It's weird. What if I turn off symmetry? No. Is it this tolerance amount? Yeah, it was a tolerance. All right, so let me just save this. Oh, save and then export, because, okay. Which folder are we in? Oh, didn't I have an assets? No. You're the source. I guess we can put it here. Actually, let me think. Where should art go in this folder? Where did I put it in Iron Glove front end? Hate custom explorers? Eh. It's all it's all to do with the artistic theme of that app. That it's pixel art, so it's pixel artish dialogues. Okay, yeah. So I had an assets folder. Actually, is it at that level? No, it wasn't. So up one. That's what this does, right? Yeah. And then we'll call this one profile and export that. Export. All right. So now done with that file. So I should have an assets folder with the ping in it. There we go. And actually, I want to move that, don't I? That needs to be moved to public. And then we're going to make a button for that. So inconvenient? Eh. Artists and programmers are somewhat orthogonal, right? So what artists like, programmers don't like, vice versa. I think what I'll do is have a button bar at the top that you use to pick which panel you want, or maybe at the bottom. I'll put a panel. I'll put a button, a strip somewhere, top, bottom, or right, or whatever, and this will be the first button in it. So that means it's part of what in the structure of my app. Playing activity panels in here somewhere. So let's just put it at the top for now. A button bar at the top. So button on click equals on show profile. And then for the content of the button, it'll be image. Let's do the alt first. Source equals / profile.ping. And actually, I don't even need that to exist. I can just, oh no, I do need it to exist. That just needs to be a prop, right? Doesn't actually need to be defined though. There we go. Okay, now I want to make it smaller and I need to make it square. So let's give it another class here. So panel buttons. I'll put that on the container and in playing activity. Or maybe I put it in the main CSS. I don't really know how to organize my own CSS very well, but I'm thinking generic classes ought to be at the very top level. So any, what do I say, button image width 32 pixels. And then I want to make it a squarish button, so I think that has to do with the margins. Yeah, the padding. What sets the padding of 30 pixels? Can I type in padding here? I can. So something sets a 30 pixel padding. It's that 1.5 em, isn't it? So if I just override the padding for that button, let's just make it an even 5 pixels. Oh, that's so much nicer. Although it's not quite square still. Not quite right. It's 38 tall, but 32 wide. Why is that? The original should have been square. Unless I screwed up. And where does it say that? It doesn't say here, but I think it is square. 64 by 64. So why did it squeeze it to 30? Why did it make it 38 tall? Border radius? Well, it's the image inside that's smaller, right? Oh, wait a minute, no. Okay, I think you might be onto something. The image is 32 by 32, but it's some other number in here, right? It's not padding, that's even. You're saying it has something to do with the border. I guess I can try that, but I don't see how it could be related to border. That just makes it... Oh, what I meant... I want it to be round, but I want it to be a round square. And right now it's 6 pixels taller than it is wide. It's 32 by 38. I want it to be 32 by 32. So there's something in there that's adding 6 pixels. Something in there. I'm not seeing it. I mean, would it be on the image itself? So the image itself is 32 by 32. Padding and margin. Yeah, I'm looking at the padding and the margin. On the image itself, there's none. On the button, there's even padding and border. It's the content area is 6 pixels taller than it should be. I'm overriding the padding to be an even 5 pixels around. So why is it 6 pixels taller? I don't know. That's strange. Let me look it up. So button height large what search words do I need? Taller than it should be? We should probably say HTML. Not sure. I mean, I could try what these people are doing, and that is hard code the size. So knowing that I want a certain border size and padding, so that's 9 plus 32, 41. Oh no, the width includes the padding, but not... Does it include the border too? So it'd be 41? Okay, no. That was wrong. Oh, I need to double. So it's 18. 18 plus 32. 32 plus 18. Alt E. 50. 50. There we go. So now it's square, but why did I have to do that? And it's not quite centered, is it? There's something weird. Oh no, it's not centered because I didn't draw it centered. I can fix that. So let me select it all. Actually, there's a magic select, right? Oh, there was a magic select. Whatever. M. And then move it up. So centered it that way. There we go. Save. Export. And let me make sure I export it to the correct folder. Up. Public. Okay. Yes. Okay, good. It actually reloaded it. That's cool. The box sizing attribute. Yeah, okay. So it's something like that. Button is inheriting its height from its parent. It could be, I suppose. Well, no, because when I made the button... So, yeah. So the strange thing is if I don't set the height at all, it wants to grow it by 6 pixels, and I don't know why. And it's not the parent, because the parent is just sizing based off of its children, right? Should I be looking for box sizing? I want computed. Border box. Internal. So I didn't think there was such a thing as internal padding. Here's the mysterious thing. So it shows 5 pixels of padding, sure. And then it says the client area is 38 pixels tall, but when I go to the image, it just says 32 with no padding, border, or margin. So the 6 pixels between there are just kind of not accounted for anywhere. Yeah, it's weird. And I can work around it just by fixing the button's height. I'll just do that for now. Maybe I'll make a note to get to the bottom of that some other time. The mysteries of CSS. So, what do I want to say? Research why placing a 32 by 32 pixel image, a button, results in the button's client area being 32 by 30. What was it exactly? It has been 38. Yes. 38 in size. So 6 pixels going where? But for now, we'll just make it like that. So I'm going to make that button show the profile, and then I want one for tickets. I think what I'll do for tickets is make a nice exclamation point. So, more Raimu art. Let me make this not cut off my chat. There we go. And this doesn't need to be so huge. Okay, so vertical symmetry, and then white. Wait a minute, not using the right tool. I didn't quite do that right. Marquee, move up, and then let's make a shape, ellipse tool. Oops. Ellipse tool. I guess I don't want symmetry on it for that. Then let's move that. Not quite right. Ugh. There we go. Again with the tolerance. Lower the tolerance, please. There we go. All right, and let me turn the symmetry back on. That's weird. I guess I don't want symmetry on for this. Want to make it not so fat and then recenter it. Ugh. Actually, that's not so bad. And then I want to make it not quite so tall. Something like that. Hey there, Pictor. Yeah. So working on the front end right now on the area that I'm not so confident in, which is the client of the game in the web browser. So I'm making little buttons right now so that these panels don't all show up together, but we show one at a time, depending on which one we pick. That's what I'm working on right now. So I'm just making, quick, clumsy art. Public. No, I want the asset to go here. So this is tickets, and we'll export that to public tickets. All right, and then we'll pull it in here. On show. Actually, I can do that little trick there. And I just need a new prop. Show tickets. Now I got... Oh, it's broken. Did it not save in the right folder? Oh, where did it go? Where did tickets go? It's not symmetric? Oh, I'm sorry. I screwed it up. I'll try to fix it. Hold on. Well, first I want to know what happened to tickets.png. Oh, put it at that root folder. Okay, so move tickets. Actually, I can move it easier here. Yeah, here it is. So take that and put it there. Refresh. Actually, it looked better fat, didn't it? Not so tall. All right. A little bit better. It looks symmetric to me now. Do you mean vertically? Did I fix it? I'll work on it later. I wanted to get the functionality down first. So I want to actually make them checkbox type buttons, don't I? I want to make them sticky buttons. Just so that I'm not guessing, let me look it up. So this is HTML sticky image button. I think the answer is you make it a checkbox and you style it. Those keywords didn't work. What about checkbox image button? Sticky, what I mean by sticky is that it stays lit if it's the selected one. So kind of like a radio button, but showing these images instead of... So that's why I'm like a custom radio button where it shows it as lit. Okay, maybe not exactly a custom radio button. But you know what I mean? Like, it stays like green background when it's picked, and then if I clicked on tickets that would stay lit. I think what I want on the underlying machinery is a radio button. There's a lot of CSS for their example. I don't like it. A label? What? Why? Actually, I can do it with CSS, can't I? Yeah, what am I doing? I don't need it. It doesn't need to be a radio button. It just needs the CSS to show the background as green, even when we're not hovering. Yeah, let's do the custom CSS. So that means I have to have like a selected panel in my state somewhere. I can make it just a React state, right? I don't need to make it Redux state. So let's just make a React state. So that means using the state hook. So we'll have active panel, use state, and we'll just default to profile. And then we'll have to pick the selected panel. So one of these two will be the selected panel. So actually, that means I will need to select a ticket as a prop, and we needed to generate the tickets then. Can I do this, say props? I thought I could do that. Why is it not letting me do that though? Oh, hold on. I think I know why. Because you can only do that if it's inside of an object. So one thing I could do is just say props. And do that. The idea is I'm going to set up a table here. So const panels. And then we'll have profile and then props. Profile panel. And then tickets. Oops, I screwed that one up, didn't I? All right. And then make these up here. Tickets panel, and then this is just profile. Like that. And this one is a little bit different. It's this. And here we replace it with selected ticket. And I don't need that there. And then finally, I can say panel equals panels, active panel, props. And then insert it here. Panel. So it's going to show profile here. And then I can have to select the class names, right? I was using a library for that elsewhere, right? Where was I using that? That was in the drop stuff. Where was the drop stuff? I can't remember. Drop zone. Did I have a drop zone in the player stuff? Maybe I didn't. I don't. A file saver. Okay, it was the admin tool that had the drop zone in it. Right, class names was part of it. So let's import it. Which means I need to npm install it. And then, right, then I could put logic in here. Right, so it's fixed class names, and then you can make an object where things are set if certain things are true, which is what I want. So trying to do it succinctly. Actually, let's remove this out, and we'll say is panel selected profile, and then is panel selected tickets here, and then we'll have is panel selected equals panel name, and then class names panel selected is active panel equals panel name. There we go. Hey, play poker badly. How are you doing? Working on CSS and React stuff right now. I'm adding in these little buttons, and I want to have whichever active panel, I want to have it stay highlighted with class names here. Actually, that should have done it. Let me monitor this. Those two buttons, right? Okay, it has the correct class. I just need to fix up the CSS now. So, is panel selected is the CSS I want, right? I really just want to copy the same CSS I had for buttons on hover, right? Button hover, where is that? Here it is. Button color. There we go. So now it stays lit. And if I click another one, I want it to show the other panel. So that's the last part, right? Is this on show? Actually, I don't need different props for that. It should just be on show panel. This has to be an arrow function because we don't want to evaluate it right away. On show panel profile and on show panel tickets. And on show panel is just set active panel. Actually, so it's just set active panel. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that cool? So I'll do that for all panels in the game then. And then that means the actual panels up here can be offloaded to other JS files. Yeah, I changed the wave picture. It's what I did is I uploaded a third emote. So I now have 3 emotes. There are there's the EJ one, and then there's the hey, which is the new one, and then the wave. So the wave is the old one, the hey is the new one, and that's Playing with Scissors did both of those, and he just uploaded to me an improved one for the hey. So I'm probably gonna deprecate the wave one and then reuse that emote slot for something else. You like the wave better than the hey? Because the hey is meant to replace the wave. Oh, and by the way, because I was uploading that emote, I went ahead and uploaded another one just for fun, which is Raimo 8 Beast, which is a picture of my cat in a very beast-like pose. Just what you're used to? Well, I can keep both for now. Uh, I want to eventually have the emotes relate to something unique about the channel or the game or both. So don't really have much yet, so they're just kind of placeholders. All right, so these can be promoted to full-on JS files by themselves. I can do I can improve the graphics later. This thing needs work. I think what I'll do is collapse the note thing to make it look like you can just put it into the table. And then this is taking way too much real estate. Another problem is that we're also showing the dev tools. Without the dev tools, actually, why is it not taking up the whole width? Oh, because it doesn't need to. Okay, that's why. Okay, this should be its own section independently scrollable. Let's fix that next. So this shouldn't scroll that top part. JFix looks a bit weird and off. Really? I kind of liked it, but maybe we'll keep both and we'll see which one people like better. I just was thinking Playing with Scissors went through a lot of work to do both of those, so I think he liked the new one because of the it wasn't so blurry. The blurriness he didn't like. Okay, yeah, so these should be in their own divs, and this should be the one that is the overflow scroll, right? So let me think about this. Playing panels. That makes actually this part makes sense. So I think I just need to give this a name or class. I guess it's a div. A div it is with a class name. Playing panel. Playing panel. How about playing panel singular? Oh, it's not DVI. It's div. Div. Whoops. Multi-cursor fail. Yeah, maybe we can feed this back to Playing with Scissors and he can maybe rotate that slightly. He's better at art than I am, suffice to say. Hello! Hey there, Kobayashi Maru. How are you doing? Playing panel is the new class, and I'm gonna move the overflow there. Let's see if I got it. I need to make it. Oh, that's bad. That's overflowing the wrong. That's not overflowing correctly. I think it's just the size is wrong. 552? Yeah. I didn't get the overflow right or something. I think Hmm. I think the whole thing needs to be a flex container. That's the problem. What is it in? Playing panels. Okay, so this needs to be flex, right? And then no, display flex. That's right. Display flex. And then this one needs to be actually, that should be enough, right? Okay, and it needs to be, the flex direction has to be set. Flex direction column. And then, okay, that's almost right, but the scroll bar... Actually, I guess that's fine. I guess I got it. There we go. So the scroll bar is where it is scrolling it correctly, and not scrolling that part. I need to work on this panel. This panel is really badly laid out right now. Explicit height. I'm trying to avoid setting explicit heights. I can set this explicit height because the game world will be explicit in size. It's going to be 32 pixels multiplied by the number of, like, so how many is that right now? If it's 32, if each tile is 32, what's 480 divided by 32? It's 15 tiles tall, so that's 7 tiles up, 7 tiles down is your view radius. So like if your avatar's in the middle, you can see up 7 and down 7. That's 480. And then 640 divided by 32. So that's not quite right because there's an odd number. If you take out the center one, then that doesn't divide by 2 evenly. So it really would be, if I went down to the next one, 18 or 19 times 32, 608 is really the width I want. So now it's center and then an integer number of tiles left, right, up, and down. So this fixed size helps me fix the size for this panel too. Other than that, I want to avoid having fixed size heights, so I'm using this flex container to have it grow to fill, and then telling it its overflow is scrolled right now. If I wanted that scroll bar all the way on the right, what would I do? I think this has to be a flex container as well, right? What is it now? What is this panel? Oh, it's a grid. That one's a CSS grid, and that one's a flex. Okay. So if I made the playing panel a flex container also, then it would grow. Right, okay, let me do that. So playing panels also display flex. Flex direction column. And that didn't do anything. How come I opted for browser-based client? I kind of wanted 2 things. I wanted to get better at web dev, so HTML, CSS, JavaScript. And then number 2 was I wanted the game platform to be playable on different operating systems and not have to worry about the porting. And so making it in the browser sort of automatically, it's supported wherever the browser is supported. I could even make a so-called normal app by packaging up using an Electron, kind of like how VS Code. So VS Code is also a web app. If you didn't know that, try to just hit F12 while you're, I guess F12 doesn't work. But I thought there was a way to open the diagnostic console. Huh. It's one of these, I think. Yeah, okay, it's Control-Shift-I. But hey, look, that kind of reveals that we're using the Chromium browser embedded in the VS Code. Or VS Code is embedded in the Chromium browser. So yeah, so that to make it portable, so I don't have to worry about the porting, and then get better at web dev. I really don't want to spend very much time on the front end, because primarily my game is a back end game. The front end is really just a thin client to see the game. Try setting flex grow 2 on the panel. Okay. 2? Doesn't it just need to be anything that's not 0? So just flex 1 would do it. I'll try 2, but I believe that the 2 is just a proportion. Or was it 1, 1, 100%? There's that trick too. Okay, that's not doing anything. Huh. Was it this entire panels thing? I think it's this one. Playing panels doesn't have a flex on it. So it's this one maybe. There we go. Now it's growing to use all the real estate. All right. Yeah, I need to work on the tickets panel. I think I wanted to move some of these buttons there too. Maybe the report issue, I think, ought to be in the ticket panel. Delete my account and log out. Maybe it should go in settings. Or Yeah, let me make a new button called settings. Okay, so let's get both symmetry options going. Actually, let's turn off symmetry for a second and make a circle. Making a circle, and I'll center the circle. Okay, the bounds of the marquee tool are throwing me off. That's better. Close enough. So I want to make like a gear out of this. Oops. Quick and dirty gear. Can't draw straight. Oops. Eraser. Okay. And then there's no way I'm going to be able to draw straight unless I use the line tool, I think. Okay, hold on. Let's move it up to here. Art is hard to get right. This is why I watch art streamers to try to do what they do. But I just haven't been practicing. Been spending too much time coding. Okay, I actually want it to bend a little bit more that way, don't I? I want it to start up here. This is awful. But that's okay. It's Ramu art. It's not that bad. Could be better. Okay, let's fill in the middle. Whoops. Okay, I'll just manually fill it in a little bit. Look at it. Yeah, just manually fill it in. Do. Okay. Issues here. It looks more like a star than a gear, doesn't it? Making me put in the work. Ah. Can't get this to look the way I want. The symmetry's a little bit off. I think that's the one problem. It's adding little glitches here and there. Oh, this looks ugly. Okay, let's turn off the symmetry. Doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be serviceable for now. Watch me do awful art. Okay, enough tinkering around with art. So save this as up, down, settings. Export up, down, settings, ping. And then pull it in here as another panel. So we don't have a panel. We'll just make a button bar for this. So this will be let's put it up at the top actually. Anno 1800. Finally doing something that isn't Anno 1800. I don't know what Anno 1800 means. Delmega. And hi, how are you doing? This is the settings panel. And so let's just have it post these some of these buttons. So one of these button bar. Delete my account, log out, that's fine. So I'm removing it here, and let's put the report an issue. Oh, thanks for the follow. So Larry, Fortnite HVT. I'm gonna put that in the tickets panel for now. So that means it kind of moves here. So that means I kind of want what? React fragment? Guessing? In which I put these two things into it. And let me indent these properly. Okay, and then I guess playing buttons goes away finally. And then settings. Settings panel. And then we do button for it right here. All right, here we go. Failed to compile. On delete account is not defined on line 16. Oh, because the props need to be expanded. So that's on delete account. On log out start. Let's move these to their own lines. And then same thing down. Wait a minute. What line was that? 33? This one. Okay, cool. That looks more like a sun than it does a gear. I'll have to work on that. And the margin isn't right there. Let's have the panel buttons have a bottom margin to fix that. What was that called again? Panel dash buttons. Huh. I guess I didn't have a class. If I had a class, it's gone now. Margin bottom. I don't know, 5 pixels. Let's make it more. I don't want to get too nitpicky on the layout. I just want it to be functional for now. Ooh. It crashed. Why would it crash there? The ticket is null. Why would it be null there? What did I change in the tickets panel? Oh, is it because it's inside of a fragment? And I gotta do that? Probably. Probably. There we go. Alright, so now the report issue is here. So it's a bit cleaned up now. It's a bit too hot in your room, I see. 26 Celsius? That's not too hot, is it? What is that in Fahrenheit? And how come I can't see my... Okay, there it is. $78? I guess it's a little warm. I'm in Southern California, so that doesn't seem too hot to me. Hot would be 90 Fahrenheit. 30. So when it gets up to 32°C, that's uncomfortable room temperature for me. All right. I think I've spent enough time on this. Time to move on. Let's just check this in. Heat wave. Yeah. For me, it's a heat wave would be 100. Why did I close that? $37. When it gets up to 37, that's heat wave, where I come from. Okay. We added some buttons. We added class names. Those are the rendering the buttons. Oh, and I can get rid of one class at least, right? From here, playing buttons does no longer exist, right? Got rid of that. Oh, and the chat window doesn't have to have a bottom margin anymore. So that's margin top only. So it has a top margin. That one has a right margin. What's the difference there? Not pixel perfect. That's 484 because of the border. So if I wanted it to be pixel perfect, I can add a border there or make it 4 pixels taller. Let's make it 4 pixels taller. There we go. Pixel perfection. More work separating UI areas. So add panel buttons to select different UI panels. Move bottom buttons to various panels. I don't know. Miscellaneous style tweaks. Sounds good to me. Okay, we're looking good so far. I'm going to take a quick break just to use the restroom. I'll be right back. So, what am I working on next after the break? Integrating admin tools. Yeah. Well, this can be an ongoing thing. This can be an ongoing thing that I do. But I need to start the work for that. So I have to basically establish the ability for that player console to log in as admin and not a normal player. Yeah. I think we'll go from there. 22°C should be the average temperature for the Belgian summer. Yeah, so you guys are used to colder weather. So, yeah, I can deal with warmer weather because I'm used to that, but colder weather I'm more sensitive to. Anyway, I'll be right back. Be right back. What? I wasn't rated while I was gone. Last couple times I was rated, it was during the break. So now when I come back to my desk, I'm like, oh, I wonder if I got raided again. All right, I'm going to integrate admin controls. So probably what I will do is on this login screen. I think what I'll do is just add a button. Or hold on. I don't want don't want the button to be there for everyone. Hey there, Rally Monkey. 8 months. Thank you for your support for 8 months, Rally Monkey. How are you doing today? There's the hay, and here's the beast for you. Okay, yeah. If I add a button here that says, like, admin mode, everyone's going to click it, right? Going okay for me. Right now I'm trying to think of what's the best way to integrate administrator tools into the main front end. Yeah, why am I I was thinking of like, what are some ways to obscure the button? Why do I need to worry about that? Oh, thanks for the sub, Merdium. Yay! Thank you for your support. Sub train, huh? Check up, maybe. Check up. Check up. I think I'm just going to add another button. So let me think about this. This is in the sitting outside activity. And I had that special button down there. I need to make that bigger. Let me fix that while I'm at it. Let's just make that 90%. Actually, do I even need a small thing? Yeah, well, I don't even need a small. Let's just get rid of small. So, small in JS, let's just go remove it. Yeah. Don't need it. I appreciate that, Merdium. Thank you for your support. I'm getting rid of all these small classes. Oh, I had it optional. So what does it look like now that it's no longer so big? Okay, let's keep small, but I'll only use it there. Okay, yeah. We'll keep it like that. Anyway. This is the sitting outside activity, and on this button bar... Oh, so sometimes we disable new account creation. But I guess we'll put it on the right. Or should I put it under login? Just do it admin. And then what do I want? Really, I just need some way to activate admin mode and put in the access key. What are the advantages of C++ over C#? C++ is compiled directly to machine language, whereas C# is compiled to an intermediate language, which needs to be interpreted by a virtual machine. So theoretically, C++ can be faster than C# for certain things, like tightly coupled, or not coupled, like tightly coded loops for algorithms. But I think it's mostly a wash for most programming. So they're really. I would say the only advantage I can think of for sure would be the C++ is available on almost every machine, whereas C Sharp, until recently, you could only run it on Microsoft OS, or unless you were okay using the mono port. So it wasn't, you couldn't run it everywhere. Like you couldn't run C Sharp on Android until recently. So, well, C Sharp can be JIT, but it could also be interpreted, right? C++, you get to spend time writing annoying header files. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. I don't know if I'm qualified to debate about the advantages of one programming language over another. I tend to use it just because I'm used to it. But there are debates you can get into, like Joe Mega is saying. Yeah, if you arrange things right, C Sharp could be it's just in time compiled, right? So that could wipe out any advantage C++ has in terms of speed. C++ is harder because of dealing with memory? I don't know. In modern C++, you don't deal with memory as much. It's more like what C Sharp does, where you just say, go allocate something for me, and when the last reference goes away, it gets deallocated. Like if you use a shared pointer or a unique pointer, it's pretty much the same as a C Sharp reference. Old style C++, yeah, it was harder because it was like C. You had to know when to deallocate all your memory, and you had to do it yourself. Both ways, uphill in the snow, you know? I don't know. I think nowadays, advantages of languages over another, there aren't any unless you're talking about very specific contexts. Like on an embedded microcontroller, C is probably has a lot more advantages than C Sharp simply because its footprint is smaller and the tooling is simpler. But I don't know. It's very subjective too. There's some slowdown in C Sharp, but then you could write C Sharp code that doesn't have garbage at all, right? So it gets really subjective because I could write C Sharp that doesn't do any kind of memory allocation that goes to the garbage collector. It could just have one monster allocation at the beginning, and then I manually control the memory from there. It would look ugly, but it would wash out the disadvantage of the garbage collector because you would never run the garbage collector. You need to come up with pros and why to use your language. Now it's limited to have a pros. Well, you're designing your language for a specific domain, right? So I would focus on like why did you write the language? If it was for a specific problem or area of program, then that's where your pros are going to lie in, right? Or you could just say the pro of your language is it looks cool. You know, why not? Some people like to design languages just to look nice, or design languages to be to obfuscate code, and those can be pros. General purpose language. It's hard to make a general purpose anything, right? Because you're trying to please everyone. You're trying to fit everywhere. That's really hard. Okay, so I want to make a button. Actually, I'm gonna keep it simple now. It's not gonna be a button. It's gonna be a drop zone. So I had drop zone where in the admin tool. I think we're just going to pull in drop zone finally. React drop zone. That I did not import here. I don't think. Nope. So let's pull it in. React drop zone. And then drop zone. Oh, I didn't pull it in there. Oh, was it here? Yeah, it was. Okay, so we have a drop zone. I'm gonna put it in the sitting outside activity. I'm gonna put it right here. That's where I'm gonna put it. Droppy zone. Okay, well, I'll just copy paste it for now, but I wanna look at this a little bit more carefully before I finish it. Because this was in 2 different pieces, and I'm not sure I like that. Okay. Const. There's no this. So this will be on admin access. And it's not application JSON. I didn't do it here. It was in, was it in the main app? Aha. So I just did, let me just copy this. On admin access. Hey there, Jesse. How's it going? Yeah, so what Jelmega is doing, it's pretty Herculean, that's for sure, making his own language. It's fun, though. You get to use your imagination and art skills a little bit. You know, come up with how you want to structure and how you want it to look. My weekend was pretty good. It was very busy. Visited family and all that, so played a bit of Starbound. Got to blow off some steam a little bit. It was far from fun. I know. I had a fun time in my compiler class. I guess it's not for everyone. How are you doing, Jesse? Fun. The template fun, yeah. Yeah. It's the Jelmega is making his own language. Why would you do it? Couple reasons. Like, I made my own language in order to work with a tool that I made that parsed data formats. The language doesn't describe what what a program should do. The language describes how a parser breaks up bytes into data structures. So it's like a data schematic language. So that's one reason to make your own programming language, is because you have a very specific tooling need that you need either scriptable or programmable, and it's a very focused, narrow thing that you're doing. Another reason to make a programming language is just some people find it very fun to work with parsing and what do you call it, semantics and abstract data trees and other things. A lot of the things you do when you make a compiler, if you practice at it, they're applicable in other places, so it could be a good learning experience. It doesn't take ages and ages, no. If you use a tool, if you learn how to use a tool like Flex and Bison, those 2 tools, you can get your own programming language up and running pretty quick, but you just start small like anything. You set your scope to be narrow at first, and you can get something working, and then you can scale it up as you go. Finished your first blog post in a decade on Friday, huh? Cross-posted to dev.to, and it blew up. Oh, nice. I don't even know about this dev.to. Alright, so right now I'm making a drop zone that will, when you drop a private key onto it, it will use it to try to log in as an administrator of the game. So I think these are all props that drop zone, which is from React-drop zone, what it will provide. And then I don't want this here. It's just pure functions here. We'll make a drop zone which does this. And on return, it'll call that. So I need to copy that part too. This part. So I think I'll start with just doing some kind of console writing. Actually, let's pull that in here. Oh, and I should also make sure the effect hooks are first. All right, on. So this is const on admin access. So for each accepted file, what was I doing here? Oh, I had to do this to remove character turn line feeds. So that's just const. And I was going to store it in local storage. Why? I don't need to do that. In fact, that's pretty dangerous to do that, so let me not do that. But I do need to use a prop, right? On admin access. Oh no, let's call it something different. So on admin authenticate. Let's call it that. And we'll call that with the admin key. All right. So what is this? Okay. As long as I don't drop anything in there, this should work. Class names is not defined. Why? Oh, because I'm not importing it. I was using that where? In the playing activity. Class names. There we go. So let's change the click or drag here into something like what styles does that have? Class drop zone. Okay, right, because I put it there. So let's change this to admin access. Admin access is active. Let's just turn that to active. Hey there, Bugfound. How are you doing? New CSS? Sitting outside activity CSS, and this will import sitting outside no suggestions, why not? Okay, so admin access. Let's make it a border, solid 2 pixels red. How about dashed? Okay. And we'll make that solid. The idea is that when I drag a key onto that point, it will try to log in as administrator using that key. Hold on, there's a big chat message. What am I reading here? You're reading Jarn's practice in principle using C++. Good book so far. Got to using tokens. It's funny you're learning C++ before this book on YouTube before you realize there's no way you're going to truly properly learn it that way. In this book, there's so many terms it uses. Oh. Yeah, the terminology. It's important to know what the terms mean, right? Yeah, I understand that. Cool. All right, so where did I put the key stuff? Test key localhost, so drag that on here. And it's going to call admin authenticate. Okay. So that needs to just be mapped to an action. admin authenticate, and then we'll give it the key. That's the key. So that's a new action. What's wrong here? Oh, extra parentheses. There we go. Actions. All right, and then that in the middleware authentication sounds good to me. All right. Admin authenticate. Key. Let me just console log it. Actually, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do anything. It'll show up in Redux. Action is not defined in this because it's actions. All right, so I'm going to drag the key on there again. It is not. Hold on. Did I not spell it right? Oh, I didn't hit save. One more time. Cool. So now if I look at Redux, there's my key. Leak! Don't worry, it's just a test key. When I actually use this to go to the real game, I should never ever show that. I need to think about that. Like when I stream working on the game and I do the authentication there, yeah, I'll have to be really careful not to leak credentials. Probably what I'll do is when I'm using the console as an administrator, I'll never show it on stream. I'll always show just. Yeah, actually, that's probably what I'll do. I'll have two things logged in, one from a normal account, one from an admin account, and I'll just have one shadow the other somehow. Well, some people learn better from books, other people learn better from YouTube videos. You might just be discovering what works best for you. All right, so now we've got to do something with that key, and here's where I'm going to have to stop and think. Are we talking to all three servers or just one? So what I'm trying to do is pull in the logic from this old console. So when you drag a key in here, it logs in, it figures out and logs into all three servers. Do I really need to do that though? Can't I just log into to one of them? I just keep it simple right now and just log into one of them. There might, unless there's something specific per server that I need. So let me look at the messages we can do as an admin. Maybe that'll help me refresh my memory. Change configuration, get tickets, restore player. Yeah, we don't. It doesn't matter which server we're connected to for these things. Oh, this one, the whitelist, the address whitelist, that's per server. Okay, so that one we would need to talk to all three servers to manipulate the IP whitelist. Or to get the whitelist, yeah. Band addresses. Snapshot of it, yeah, okay. So all the per server stuff, like snapshots, doesn't matter. None of that matters. Yeah, so it's the whitelist stuff. the whitelist, the ban list. Okay. What is define action doing? It's a Redux thing. So Redux is split into several parts. So the actions are simple data structures where you put anything you want in there and use it to describe what you want done to the app. And the most important part of the action is the type. So the type is just a string, so it identifies what to do. And then in the main app, you will have if you're binding it to React, you'll have made a store that is provided to your app. And one of the things that does that provider is it will if you use connect, which is also part of React Redux, is it will provide a dispatch function that if you call that and then give it one of these action structures, it will send that to the reducers and middleware of your app. So that's reducers and middleware are two other parts of Redux. So putting it simply, the reducers take actions and change their state. So like close all dialogues action. And this is switching on the type again. So if the type is close all dialogues, it will empty the dialog stack, for example. So that's what a reducer does. It takes an action and the previous state and returns the next state. And then what the middleware does is like takes the same action, but instead of changing state, it just does some side effect. So the side effect for send to game is given a socket, JSONify the message inside the action and then send it to the socket, to the WebSocket. So yeah, again, so recap is actions just describe what to do. Reducers take that action and return what the new state should be given the previous state and then the action. And then middleware takes that action and you do whatever you want with it. Usually you do side effects, things that don't affect Redux state directly. So I have it broken up that way. Just it's kind of convenient because the actions are all the things you can do. The middleware are to do the things that are side effect logic only. Reducers are state only, and then views is all the React stuff. And the React stuff, I do all the React stuff first, and then connect it to Redux through this connect higher order component, which I mentioned the dispatch. So it turns props into dispatch calls. So we give our React component these as props, and if they're called, they actually dispatch into Redux these actions. And then you can also, if you wanted to, you can map Redux state into props. And you can look that stuff up if you look up React Redux connect or these state to props or dispatch to props maps. Thanks for the follow. All right. Admin authenticate. Right, I was thinking the old admin tool connects to all 3 servers, and then the player only connects to 1. I think I'll start simple and just have it work the same way. So admin authenticate will be kind of like login, only yeah, like login start, only instead of doing a login authenticate, it'll do an admin authenticate. Hold on, gotta sneeze. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna rename things. I'm gonna make it match login. So this is login start, login authenticate. So I'll have admin start, admin authenticate. So that means I need an action for admin start. And then that's what I'll dispatch from the view. From the sitting outside activity. Dispatch admin start. And then admin start will be kind of like login start. So let's take login start. reflect that we're doing an asynchronous operation, reflect that we're logging in, connect to the game, and when we're connected, we're going to dispatch login authenticate and pass in the same key. Actually, I think I can just say action there. So tunnel through all the parameters to here. So this gets called when it connects to the game. And so it's a similar process. We send a message and then we'll get a response to say what we do next. So connected authenticating. Session start. What did that do? I forget. That gets reduced to storing our login information, so I don't really need that, do I? There's no session start. Okay, and this message is very specific to administrator mode. I think it's like infra hello or something. Or admin. Oh, here it is. ID admin. ID admin. And then there is no token, there is no password, there's no reCAPTCHA, we just send that, so I can reduce this a bit, right? I can just do that. It has to be named message, but I can package it up in there myself. Okay. So, why? Oh, I didn't map it in the table. That would be important. So what comes back after that, I can show you guys this. If I open this debug tool and I just go to network and I reload. So the very first message is that ID admin, right? And then the second one is the server will challenge us with an auth challenge. And then we're supposed to send an auth response. And then presume that we're administrator at that point. If we're not, we'll get disconnected and we'll know. So that means I have to handle this auth challenge. That we need to handle in the server. Where is it? Server messages middleware. Auth challenge. And that's not capitalized because I just forgot. But it has to match case between the front end and the back end. All right, so another handler. Auth challenge. So we'll pass that off again to the authentication middleware. So we'll just say auth challenge is another action. So these actions are going to bounce around between those two middlewares, which is fine. Auth challenge. Actually, let's call that admin challenge. Or was I keeping the names the same on purpose? Actually, it doesn't matter. This can be admin challenge, because then it will fit better here. Alright, and then admin challenge. Goes back here. Alright, admin challenge. And then let's see what the admin challenge, what the old admin tool did for this. There was a challenge string, so I can do the same thing. I can say that there is a hold on. Message is an object which has challenge in it, so I can just say challenge. Let's for now, just to make sure I got this right, let me just do console log. Reseed admin challenge. Challenge. Alright, let me just try it. So dispatch is not defined in authentication. What? Oh, right, because dispatch isn't. And this needs to be action colon, right? And this needs to be all within a map. And then the same thing here. Yeah, I screwed that up. Dispatch action is the challenge. I actually don't need dispatch. There we go. Okay, 23. Same thing here. And that needs a dispatch. Going to use OpenGL to create the game. I'm going to be using Phaser. So that is a JavaScript library on top of WebGL, which is the in-browser version of OpenGL. So yeah, this is what I'm going to be using. Mostly because it has full support for WebGL and Canvas as well as sound and other things. So it's pretty cool. There are lots of demos for it, lots of games that have been made with it, and it does what I need. Another similar library is Pixie.js, and that's also pretty good. It doesn't have the audio sound stuff, but it's also a Canvas WebGL wrapper. So it handles the underlying either Canvas API or WebGL API for you, and so I don't have to worry about it so much. People have been saying I should just do WebGL directly, but yeah, since this is all in the browser, it's a special version of OpenGL called WebGL. All right, let's see if this works now. I'm going to take my key, paste it, and then I get a challenge. Where's the challenge? It would help if I looked at the console, wouldn't it? Received admin challenge. There we go. And it's in a loop right now. I have to hit cancel because it's getting disconnected and retrying. Actually, it shouldn't repeat. It shouldn't retry, so let me fix that. Is it using the same key every time? Yeah. I need to fix the retry mechanism. We don't want it to retry. If you get the key wrong, then it stays wrong. I'll have to fix that. You think creating the soundtrack? I think that any kind of art or sound is hard. I don't know what I'm going to do for a soundtrack. I might not even have a soundtrack at the beginning. I might just have sound effects for when you're in the game. Soundtrack is hard to make because you don't want to make something that is just irritating to people. A lot of people, like I have good friends who just never listen to the soundtrack of any game. They just the first thing they do in the game is they turn off the music. So when I think about that, I'm like, why bother making a soundtrack if a lot of people are just going to turn it off anyway? Yeah, that's hard stuff. Let me try to find out why is this retrying. So let me go scroll to the very top here. Oh, I need to fix that at some point. Admin start. Right? We started, we're logging in, connected to the game. Connecting. Authenticating. Sent to game a message, says admin ID. Receive a message saying challenge. We send the, we forward the challenge. And then what is this connect to game? Why is that being called again? 5 seconds later. Oh, we probably because we got disconnected, right? So when is connect to game called? Huh. Oh, this is what it is. Okay, so I only want to do this if we're not connecting it as an admin. I should have a flag anyway, right? So let me let me add a flag for the reducer. So let's have admin start. Also go to a reducer for session. Okay. So we'll have an admin mode or admin false, and we'll have admin start set that flag. Return admin true. And then when do we set it to false? Probably when the session ends, right? Yeah, so here we'll do admin false. And then I can take advantage of that in that this one here. If get state session admin, if not that. So it won't retry the connection if we're trying as an admin. Let me test this. So grab the key, paste, it'll try once, and then it should fail. Okay. Oh, we don't have an error. Okay, let me do this. If it's an admin and we get closed, then I'm gonna print. Actually, I can just combine these two together, right? Or it's an admin connection. Then I can just do that. Key goes there. There we go. How come it took so long? Huh, I don't know. But I need the cancel button to go away too. Yeah, if you listen to the same thing on loop too many times, you can learn to hate it. Yeah, I agree. Let me follow along with this. So admin start. Reflect process started, logging in. Connect to game. Connecting, authenticate. Progress, authenticating. Send to game. Receive the challenge. There's an error. 3 seconds later. Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah, if we send a bad challenge, we just get disconnected. There's no message, right? I'd probably see that here. Yeah, so Redux, go to the current now. All right. Network. Yeah, we don't know. Okay. It doesn't tell us if we got in or not. It's just if we get an error. So I need this to be slightly different then. Well, I can keep that the way it is. I can just assume we're in. Actually, wouldn't I have a different activity then if we're at admin? No, we'll be playing as an admin. Yeah, so I don't need this special logic at all. I don't need that well, I need the admin's state flag for a different reason, but I don't need that here. I can actually just do this, and in authentication, when we get the challenge and we send, we'll just We'll just assume that we're in. We're in. That comes back as what? Login status? If it was a normal login? Yeah, so it's completed. Login complete. This kind of stuff. So this much of it goes here. Like that. Let's see what it does. Dispatch is not defined, so I need dispatch again. All right. Drag the key. Interesting. It dropped our connection right away. Oh, because we send these messages. Okay, I don't want to do that. So that's on login complete, right? That's profile? Yeah, we don't want to do these if we're admin. So we're gonna add get state. If get state session admin will do something, otherwise we'll do that. Yeah, so here's my opportunity to do admin stuff on login complete. Right, but then it will get disconnected from the game because our admin key failed. All right. It fails because we're not actually responding to the challenge. So to do that, I need to copy over the code I had from the from here. This authenticate stuff. This stuff, yeah. Let's copy all this over to here. All right. So I need the key, the original key. So I need to store that somewhere. But only for this point. So can I tunnel that? No. I need to put it somewhere. So, and that needs to be in the reducer. So this actually didn't need the key, did it? Ah, I know what to do. We don't need the key there, but I can take the key from admin authenticate and put it into a reducer. So I guess we'll put it into the session again. So there's admin. Why don't we just make that flag the actual key? Yeah, that makes sense. So this will be null. And then admin start can just put the key in here, right? Action key. Because that's where we get the first, that's the first point we get the key in. And this doesn't actually need any argument, admin authenticate. Right, it doesn't need anything. And then that on session end, we'll set it back to null. Okay, so that's going to be our key. If there's anything in admin, it's our key. So that means it's just, so I need get state. The const key equals get state session admin. So that goes here. ASCII to binary. And then this raw string to array buffer was a special piece of Chungus code. Let me find that. That was in utilities, right? Yeah. Raw string, this thing. I think I'm just going to take this utilities as is. This is already pretty good. We're just going to paste it over here. And then I need something called buffer. Was that a plugin? It was. Okay. npm install buffer. So, same thing. I'm going to... Hey there, Crumpet. You missed me doing art. Look, I made a really horrible gear, a really horrible exclamation point, and a really horrible profile thing in Sprite. And that went to make, okay, I can't show you because it's not building, but you'll see in a minute. I'm making little icon buttons to go between different panels in the UI of my game. So how are you doing? Currently addicted to Sprite. Nice. Oh, you're just saying that, Crumpet. I just threw this together in like a few minutes. It's pretty bad. That you can't say that gear looks good. I think it looks like the sun. I need to work on it a bit. Let me fix these compiler errors though to show you what it looks like. Okay, so that is not compiling because I am not importing what I need from utilities. So this stuff goes here. Where exactly? Here? And that's 2 levels up. Server ID on line 43. Okay, so we already have okay, actually, this I don't want the socket. These become actions I will dispatch. So this is send to game, right? Right, one of these. Every one of these socket sends becomes a dispatch action send to game message. So that goes there and that goes away. And I'm not gonna do these yet. Okay, so let me log in normally. I'll show you my awesome buttons. Look at those buttons. So that's for tickets in the game, like help, reporting an issue, that kind of thing. That's your profile, and that's your settings. So right now the settings are just buttons. I don't know why that's all the way on the right, but you can either log out or you can delete your account. Profile, you can change your name, your password, or download your datas. That all works. And this, you can report a new issue, or you can look at an existing ticket, and I have to clean this up right now. It overflows, but at least when it overflows, it's only the scroll for the overflow is just for the panel, so it doesn't affect the buttons. I'm reserving all of this for the main chat in the game, and then this is the game world. So I was working on that earlier today. You think this is great? I think it's yeah, that's not a gear, that's a sunburst. I need to work on my gear. I'm very, very self-conscious about art because I haven't done a lot of art yet, but yeah. Okay, I was testing the logging in as an administrator. So that's what I'm gonna continue looking at. Let me keep going there. Key goes there. Okay, that actually succeeded, right? That will have succeeded if the game says there's an admin. Oh, admin identified. Is it EJ? Don't know. It's probably Raimu, not EJ. Okay, so now we're logged into the administrator. Logged into the game as an administrator. So I think what I'm going to do, if we're logged into an administrator, we're going to have more panels that we can play with. So a couple of the panels we want to have are the game configuration, and cluster status, and tickets. So I can reuse the same tickets panel here, just show all the tickets in the game, not just for a player. So I can reuse a lot of that, and then players will have a panel for the current players in the game. Am I using an icon for those? I am. I just made a, what is it? A 32 by 32 image. How come that isn't working? There we go. Just an image tag. So you can make a button, you can make the body of a button an image in HTML. Yeah. Font, awesome. Good selection of icons. I hope I add that to my list. Yeah, there's a weird thing I was seeing that maybe one of you knows. I had to, I'll show you what I had to do here. I had to go to this button and lock the height to 50 pixels. If I don't do that, look what it does. It like wants to grow it by 6 pixels vertically, and I don't know why. So if I lock the height at 50, then it fixes it. I don't think I needed to lock this width. Yeah, I don't need to lock the width, but I needed to lock the height. Otherwise it adds 6, and I don't know why. Really strange. New and novel discovery. Yeah, it probably has something to do with button. Some behavior of button, or maybe the interaction between button and image. So if I turn off that height lock, the image is still 32 by 32, but the button becomes 50 by 56. Even though when I look at the layout, so it's counting 6 extra pixels for the client area. It's not the padding, it's not the border, it's not the margin. It's in the client area. The only thing in the client area is this 32 by 32 image, so I don't know where the extra 6 pixels comes from. Yeah, so I decided I'm not going to worry about too much. I'll lock the height and move on. Because I know the height's going to be 50 because it's 32 plus 18 for the 4 pixel border and 5 pixels padding. Alright, so what do I gotta do? So right now I'm logged in as admin, which is why this, and if I do stuff like change my name or something, actually it won't even let me do that. Why not? Probably because this is empty. Huh. Actually, I don't know why that's grayed out. Interesting. Anyway, if I try to do this, it's gonna hang up on me. Because that's interesting, that's a bug. If I get hung up on, it didn't clear that dialog. I thought I fixed that. Reflect disconnected probably should do that, right? Reflect disconnected doesn't do that. What calls hide dialog? Hmm. Wait a minute. Okay. Actually, why do I have close all dialogues and hide dialog? That seems redundant to me. One of those is redundant. Ah. Yeah, so this is different. Well, hold on. No, I can make this work by moving to the playing activity immediately on admin login, right? Oh no, that's login error. Yeah. Yeah, I need this. Let me think about this. The game connection? Yeah, this stuff. Yeah, shouldn't I close dialogues at that point? Should I just move this to here and get rid of that? I think so. Close them all first, right? Yeah, I think that's better. So let's try this out. So logging in as admin is dragging my admin key over here. And then if I try to do something illegal, like change my password, then I just get disconnected. And then let me, how would I test that? Oh, right. To test it on a real login. Uh-oh. Where did the login button go? Uh-oh. Oh, that's interesting. It was in the, it thought it was in the middle of an operation. Did I forget to turn that off? I think I probably forgot to turn that off. No, dispatch is completed. That's weird. Oh no, that's, I need to do that up here in challenge. Yeah, so I need to do that here. Completed. Got it. Okay. So let me test that again. That, and then when I log out and log in. Okay, good. Hey, the Epic Unknown. Hey, playing with Skizzers. Playing with Skizzers, check it out. I have that now operational. So that's the left, new one is on the left and the old one is on the right. So there was some controversy. Some people like the old one better than the new one. They said that in the new one, the head is rotated slightly. I guess they're used to the rotation in the old one. If I check out the calculated tab in the inspector, it might show me where it's coming from. I could take a look at that. So you're saying if I turn off, if I go to the button and I turn off the height thing, and then that, where did that extra 6 pixels come from? I'm not sure. So you're saying I could look at the computed, which is here, right? And try to find where 56 comes from, or 38? Where that 38 comes from, right? Is it block size? Where does it come from? That's 6. Where does that 6 come from? I don't know. I mean, it could be some, it's probably some bit of CSS I don't know about. It's adding either 3 to the top and 3 to the bottom, or 6 overall. Yeah, I don't see any 6. Nothing stands out as showing up as 6. What, can I do a filter on 6? No. Well, I can, but it's not going to show me anything. Yeah, I don't know. What's the height in the button? 56. But but I don't know why it's 56, because the image is 32, and then the padding around it is 5, and the border is 4, so which is a total of 19, of 18, right? So 18 plus 32 should be 50, not 56. So I have no idea why this height is 56 and not 50, unless I lock it to 50 to make it squarish. You click through to where it's set by clicking the height in the computed list. I don't know. Does that work? I click it, nothing happens. Yeah, the height, I don't know how it's computed. I think that's the problem. It tells me what it's computed to, but it doesn't tell me how it computed that. It thinks that I guess the client area, that's what you call it, is 32 by 38, even though the image inside is 32 by 32, and I don't know why. I don't know where it gets that. If I look at height, the computed height 56, I don't know why. How do I feel? I like the new version, playing with Skizzers. So I flipped over to using that in my quick action thing. What line height? Oh, there is white space. Does that matter? There's an empty line and there's some spaces. Are you saying that that could have done it? So to test that theory, I would go back to that. Where was that exactly? Sorry, line height 1. Okay, let me try that. Let me first remove the white space. That was in playing activity in the panels, right? This right here. So if let's just remove the white space from that tag. So there's no white space at all. And then I can remove the remove the height. So it's showing space in there, but there really isn't any. That's just the anyway. Yeah, still setting it to 56. I guess, do I need to try it on both of them? So there's absolutely no white space anywhere on those buttons. Let's just remove the white space everywhere. It's one monster line. That div is one monster line. And then turn off, hold on. Turn off the height. Does that turn them off for all of them? Yeah. And then we're gonna try line height 1. Okay, so is that in the button? It made it slightly shorter. At least it looked like it did. But it's still making it 36. Do I want to put it in the button too? I mean the image? Okay, now it's 50 by 54. That's weird. Panel buttons. There's no margin. Oh, okay, there's a 10 pixel margin for the whole button bar. You can see that in orange there. But there's no border or padding. And there's a margin. There's a 5 pixel padding to the left. Okay, there's a 10 pixel margin for between these buttons. But there's no inside, there's no extra padding or margin or anything. Okay, see you, Omega. Can I describe the issue? The issue is that if I don't lock the height of these buttons to well, I've hosed the style of this too much. Here, let me undo this. So this button, if I don't lock the height to 50 pixels, it makes it 56 pixels tall instead of 50, even though the image inside is square. The image inside is 32 by 32, with no padding, no border, no margin. It's the only thing inside the button, and the button has even padding and border, but inside it's 32 by 38. I don't know why it's 38 and not 32, because the image inside is 32 and there's no extra space. It's almost like the button thinks it needs to add 6 more pixels to the client area for some reason. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm just gonna... It's just one of those curious things. I don't know why it's happening. I'm just locking it to 50 right now and it makes the problem go away. I don't want to spend too much time on the problem. Log out, and then I want to log in as admin again. Okay. And then I wanted to do something to force it to disconnect me. Okay, so it's good. So while we're the admin, let's not show the profile stuff at all. fact, I will not show that button if we're in admin mode. So that's playing activity. And we're making this entire thing optional, so get state session admin null or the button. Get state is oh, that's right. You don't do get state, we just do admin. Admin is a prop. And yeah, I don't want to do this spread syntax junk, do I? I really want to pull in what I actually use. So right now it's just admin. Okay, so we're not showing the pro. Okay, but it is okay. The default should be that one. So admin settings for now. Whoops. Otherwise profile. Yeah, admin is not a persistent login right now either. I think I'm okay with that. We shouldn't be disconnected from the server. Well, I'll need to have it connect to all 3 servers is what I'll need to do. Okay, and the delete my account button shouldn't show up there as admin either. Oh, hey there, Endorn. Look at those nifty emotes that you have. Who is that from? Let me look. From a channel I don't recognize. They look cool. Work of the browser? Could be, Mr. Balrog. Aha. Yeah, those are nifty. Those emotes. League of Legends. Okay, I see. Okay, so the delete my account button shouldn't exist for admin. That is profile. No. Settings. Yeah, what am I thinking? Up here. Admin. Null. Otherwise, a button. And I don't want that button to be all the way on the right. Let me get rid of that class name. And it shouldn't say click or drag here. Let's fix that too. Click or where? What? Oh, that's in the sitting outside activity. Click or drag here. This is admin. Just says admin. Okay, so log out. And log out doesn't do the correct thing, does it? Don't worry, I'm not leaking anything. This is all test keys. Anyway, this logout shouldn't send that if we're an admin. We should just disconnect. So let me fix that. That's in the authentication middleware. For logout, I think. Logout start? Yeah, we don't need to do these things if we're not admin. So it's dispatch and then get state. If not get state session admin, then we can do these things. Alright, so login is admin. And log out should just disconnect us. Cool. So what else is different for an admin? Do we still have report issue? No. So there's no report issue for admin either. That's tickets, right? Tickets in the views. Tickets. Right, so admin, state session admin. Where is it? Where is the report an issue? Oh, the key I'm putting in there? It is how do I show that? In Redux state. This is a private key. This is an RSA private key. But it is I don't mind showing it on stream because it's just a test key that I created. If you want to see how I created it, that's in my make it command. It's just OpenSSL, make a new 4096-bit private key. So standard stuff. It's going to last a year before it expires. Just use it for internal testing. So I use it in this exchange between the client and the server. When we want to make a claim that we're an administrator, the server sends us back a challenge string, and then we're required to sign that with our RSA private key and send it back as a signature. Actually, hovering over it gives you an idea. It's a base64 encoded signature of this challenge string. So it's just a really simple, challenge response to prove that we're the administrator. We can only send the correct signature if we have the private key, and all of this stuff is safe from man-in-the-middle attack because it's done on the WebSocket layer after we've already established a secure connection. So we've already authenticated the server, and this just authenticates the client. So the client needs a key if you're going to log in as administrator. So that's just going to be me. For everyone else, you'll log in just with a username and password. If I can type it correctly. So that is a different mechanism. There you do login, and it actually sends the password over the wire. Again, this is after we've established a secure HTTPS connection, so it's man in the middle won't see it because it's already encrypted. And then if you said remember me instead of a password, it sends a token. This token that it receives, it always receives a token back if you say remember me after you successfully logged in. So it's more classical password, username, password, or a persistent login token if you have one. So yeah, I'm working on adding the admin mode in the tool, and yeah, it's this challenge response thing instead. Says you cannot connect to localhost 3000. I see. Maybe it's because you tried localhost. What you really need to do is what is it? What are all those weird numbers coming up? Did you know that you can do 127.1? Oh, that's interesting. I've never seen that before. Huh. Is that because it's that and not localhost? That's weird. It's an interesting bug. But there's another thing I learned the other day. 127 times 256 times 256 times 256, right? We take that number and then add 1 to it, and it's the same as localhost. All right. I was going to find where that report issue button is. I couldn't find it here. Oh, it's not in tickets, is it? It's in, it should be in tickets. Oh, did I put it straight? No, hold on. Words. Having trouble with words today. I put it straight in the panel, I think. Yeah, here it is. So again, admin. And then it's not there for admins. There we go. And no persistent login for admins. Every time I refresh, I gotta grab the key again. Okay, cool. Alright, getting there. One little step at a time. ::1 is easier? That's IPv6 though, right? That's sort of cheating. Because you have to use IPv6 notation. Yeah. So let me check that in, and then I'll address that little bug I just found about the couldn't fetch the client config, because that should have worked. It shouldn't matter that we're going to 127.0.0.1. Those must be prerequisites of something else. Because I'm pulling in buffer and drop zone. Okay, so this is admin authentication mechanism. Alright, so why doesn't it work when I go to 127? Let's see. What is it actually doing when I do that? It never got there. Redux? Huh. Console? Whoa. That's messed up. Oh, it's cores. Okay. I had that set up on the AWS side. So I need to... okay. So we allow localhost, but we don't allow 127.0.0.1 with cores. All right. So it's not a really big issue, because in the long run you'll access the game through the main game website. And then I don't need to worry about cores. All right. Okay, now what to add first? I think in this settings panel is where I want to add, like, I don't think I need this selection right now. I'm not really going to use this. I'm not going to use this log window probably. So I really just want configuration and cluster status. There's a lot of controls in there that I need to pull in too. Is Redux and React hard to get into? It took me about a week. After that, I mean, I think it gets easier and easier as you go. Frankly, I'm having a harder time getting into CSS than I am Redux and React. Let me do, I'm indecisive. Let's look and see what's to do with the configuration window part. Oh, it's configuration. Config table, config buttons. Oh, it looks ugly. Okay, yeah, that reminds me. I wanted to kind of clean up the drop zone stuff. This drop zones. Is that the only place I have a drop zone so far in the real app? No, I have it in 2 places. That is for restoring the player, and that is for... oh no, that's in the admin console too, so I only have it in 1 place. So what can I do to clean this up? I probably don't need that to be on separate lines. And why did I make a function to do this? I don't remember. Oh, I think it's because drop zone required it. I think when they talk about using it, let's look at this in the not blinding mode. I don't want to turn on for everything. Okay, well, whatever. Oh, they have a hook now. Maybe we should use that. Props. Yeah, let's do it the hook way. So they say it's use drop zone. And the hook way is to make it up here. Okay, I like that better. So const. Actually, let's do the hooks first. Const. What do they say? So it's the contents of this other what used to be here, right? Is use the hook and then what's this use callback? That's a React hook? Why do they need that? Use callback hook. Returns a memoized callback. That only change, okay. So I don't really need it. It's just a memoized version of it. Let me just follow let's just do it what they do for now. And then I'll see if I really need it. Okay, so we'll make a memoized callback. Same way they do. Const on, what are we calling this? On admin. Oh, I had it down here. So they make it into a hook where it's accepted files. Yeah, I don't use rejected files anyway. Feeds into what I had before. And then it's just on admin access in an object. Okay, what's wrong here? Oh, that needs more syntax. There we go. And then what do I use? Okay, so I make the div myself. So it's just div. The root props goes here. Get root props. And then the input goes inside. So it's basically what the make. So it's what this had before. I used a span instead of a div, so I guess that's what I'm gonna do. Get input props for the input. Yeah, which I was doing before anyway. So at what point do I use the drop zone? Oh, I don't... Okay, it's just that I use that and that. And the is drag active is used inside. Oh, okay, so that's all I need to do? That's cool, I like that better. So that's cleaner, I can get rid of this stuff. Let me see if that works. It did not work. Why? Iterable to array limit. Something's weird with my syntax here. What is it? I have no idea. It broke in a weird way. It broke on this line, and I don't know why. Is it saying some of these aren't provided? No, that prop is there. What prop is not there? Let me sort these. And then down here. Yeah, so it's those 4 things that it gets dispatched, and then those 2 are both... Okay, error isn't here, but that's really should come from the stage. So why am I getting that weird error? Is that what it is? That's but that error is very obscure. It doesn't point to that. Oh. So it's a syntax thing? Well, I did miss something. I didn't pass the empty array. It's something else, though. Oh, for the the use drop zone, you mean, not the effect, the use callback. Is that it, though? Oh, that was it. Very strange, though. Why would it not complain about line 32? It complained at line 18 instead of line 32. Yeah, we figured it out, but okay, but this is going to trip me up later if I ever do that mistake again. It should have flagged that this is a problem, right? But instead it said, oh, the problem's here. Why would it say that? Sliced to array. Is it because it says it's while executing this arrow function? And it doesn't know exactly where? So between these two, it should have said, oh, well, line 32 is when we did the slice to array. It's just not showing me... what does this view compile do? Yeah. So it's just missing from the call stack, so to speak. Alright. Anyway, let's see if it works again. It did not work. What did it do? Didn't do anything. The on drop didn't work. Did I miss something? Well, that should be like that. Hmm. Console log. Actually, why don't I just debugger it? It never gets there. It never calls that callback. Huh. It's not working. Why not? Oh, why did it do that? Huh. Oh, it has to be on drop? Really? Okay, but if I wanted to call it something else, I could. Thank you, BugFound. See, BugFound's really excellent at finding bugs. Because what he just said makes perfect sense to me. I can do that if I rename it. This is getting kind of long. Well, I bet that's what fixes it, though. Yep, that was it. Cool. All right. Thank you, BugFound. You're seeing my HTTP server on YouTube? Oh, yeah, from way back when I implemented that. So the backend game uses all that web server stuff, but it only uses it for the establishing the hold on. For establishing oof. I have to have that window up before. So establishing the WebSocket to begin with, that is using my web server. That's just about all of the web server that I use. No, we should just pay BugFound in internet points. What we should do. Console. There was a warning here too that I should probably fix, right? On delete account is assigned a value but never used. On line 70 of playing activity. Alright, because it got moved to the panel, right? Which panel did that move to? That one. Okay, yeah, these are old. Cool. Fix the console warnings. Alright. So that was all just cleaning up the drop zone. Let me see, am I done cleaning up that drop zone? Let's see if I can clean this up even more. I really don't care if those things happen, so I'm gonna trim those away. Can I make this less? Not really. I think it's okay. Clout. He does have clout. Got a lot of stream cred right now. He'll probably have the... If there was a leaderboard for points, he'd probably be way up there. Alright, let's check this in. Essentially, what did I do? What happened here? Oh, that just got moved around. This is cleanup drop zones code. So drop zone. It's cool. I didn't expect to see that the makers of that drop zone supported React hooks already. That must be pretty recent too. Migrate to React hooks, March 4th. Cool. On March 4th, they migrated to React hooks. All right. So I wanted to clean that up because I wanted to have more drop zones. I have 2 of them. So this key is now moved is in the outermost box. So in the settings panel, I want to put the current and new configuration drop zones. Actually, I don't need a current. That we should get from the server. So it's really just the new that I need. And then buttons to, it's not save, release, download. I don't need a forget button, so it's really fetch and get. And I mean, fetch and set, get and set. So the set will be a drop zone, the get will be a download button. So we're copying this span over into the playing activity. Actually, these panels are going to get large enough I can break them out in a minute. Okay, so if we are an admin, we're going to have some more stuff, right? This isn't the right place for it. There's going to be a larger div inside which the button bar will be, followed by, for the admin, otherwise null. So it's the span stuff. Class names. This doesn't need to be very specific, actually. Let me pull these out and put them in the main CSS, and we'll call them drop zone and drop zone active. That's probably what I had before anyway. And I don't need this at all anymore. Drop zone. All right. Wait a minute, what did I do here? Oh, I got it backwards. There we go. And then I need the hook. So that's 2 hooks actually. Use callback and use drop zone. There we go. So it's on change on upload config. And here we're going to copy from the admin tool. So it's this one. So I want to limit the accept in the span. Right? Okay, hold on. Where is it exactly? I guess it's up here, right? Let me make sure I got this right. the accept. They don't say. Oh, okay. Does that mean... Okay, I'm gonna just guess that it's on here. I'm gonna guess that. Because they don't have... If I look closely, will they have documentation for the hook? I need to look for use drop zone. Use the get root props function to get the props required for drag and drop and use them on any element for clicking. Key down behavior, use the get input props. Aha. So they're putting it on the use drop zone. There we go. Right, so I guessed correctly. All right. And then the body of this is different. It's this one. All right, and then what does that do? Okay, that just sends a message. So it's need the dispatch. Hold on, no, it's not dispatch. It's it needs to be on change configuration. That we need to dispatch something. I forget how is it like this? I always forget my own conventions that I've been making. No. Well, actually, yes, if it's if it's an argument, if it's an object. I'm looking for another example of it. I can just make sure I got it right. I'm not seeing examples of it. There we go. Args. Okay. So I'll need to add that as an action, but first. Yeah, I just call that, right? With that, so with configuration JSON. Okay, then this body of it right here. So that's all I need to do. And this is what change configuration is going to do. So change configuration being a new action. Handled by which middleware? I kind of want a new middleware for this. Let's take authentication and copy paste it and call it admin middleware. Change configuration. Don't know what I need yet. Okay. Handlers. Change configuration. And new middleware, so I need to pull it into the index. All right. Okay, so here is where it's going to go. Where's the code now? Here it is. So that gets moved to here. And I need a dispatch for that. Dispatch, send to game. Why am I guessing? I just look here. This stuff. There we go. Okay, and then to save. That is another button. I mean, it's a button next to that drop zone. So really this should all be in another div. Because this is a span. Oh, hold on. Put the div in the wrong spot. There'll be a span for the drop down, and then next to it, a button. Kind of like the one for in the profile for downloading your personal datas. Download my datas. So this will be download. So in this div, I should have a header that says configuration, download, and this is upload. On download configuration. Yet another action. Download configuration. Oops. Download configuration. Okay, and that's the middleware thing, right? That's, again, admin. There. June Dota. If you're interested in what I'm doing today, you can look at the today command, but really it's just going to say that I am working towards building up the... okay, it doesn't build yet, but just hold on a second. I just have to put some dummy stuff in here. Oh, shucks. I broke it again. Hold on, I want to get this building again so I can show you what I'm doing. Oh, what happened there? Well, thanks for the follow, Micklex. It's not... File is binary string. It's reader result. Yeah, so what I'm working on is adding admin tools to this to the game console. So when you log in as a normal player, you won't see this, but I need to work on the style too. But right now, I want to have the old commands I had in this old admin tool built into the new player tool. So actually, the upload should already work. Let me test that. So if we're talking to the server, there, and then let me take the configuration. Actually, let me just download it here. Save, and then open that folder. And if I drag it in here, it should just work. Change configuration. So I will have seen that down here as configuration changed. Configuration changed. All right, so that worked. Now I just need to get the save to work. Yeah, so I've been adding. I had two React apps. This really ugly admin console, and then the shiny new game console, where we'll see what's going on in the game world here, and chat will go here. And I'm just migrating the administrator tools over into that. So if you log in as a normal player, this is what you'll see. You'll be able to see your profile, your username, and email. You can change your password if you want. You can download all your personal information, and you can see what tickets are open for you. That's interesting. That's broken now. Huh. Anyway, ooh, that's really broken. How did that break so badly? I don't know. Anyway, I'm working on the this front end app, which is in React and Redux. And when I get enough stuff in here, then I'm gonna push this all up onto the web, and then let my viewers interact with the game as I make a game. So the game doesn't exist yet, but it will be here. And if you want to see a quick mock-up, I have it highlighted here under this prototype command. All right. So what should I look at first? The fact that this is broken, or the fact that this is completely broken? Now, does that work if I am an admin? That's a good question. I need to fix this because I can't even log out right now. So what's the problem here? Rendered more hooks than the previous render. Oh, I can't make that conditional. Shoot. Okay. I need to rethink this then. I know what I need to do. I need to split this out into its own component. So let's do that. So these are called panels. So let's make a new directory called panels. And in that directory, let me make a new file called settings panel.js. And that will be the new home for this code here. In fact, let me copy the whole file and paste it. And let me just return this. And delete the rest down to this map. And let's see, what do I need? Admin, and then those 4 things. Log out. I don't need show new ticket. And then this becomes settings panel. And then settings panel is that name. So we don't have CSS. We don't need these. Okay, so then the originally where this was goes away. And then we just import it now. So we don't need drop zone, we don't need the callback. So I think I'm trying to keep these relatively sorted. So it's how does this work? Hmm. Hold on. Oh, it's just that. Okay, so it's settings panel from panels. Settings panel. JS. Actually, should probably have an index for panels, shouldn't I? Let's do that. So kind of like this index. Actually, I'll just copy this index and paste it here. And change this to a settings panel. And then delete all these lines. Now that I have an index, over here I can just say from panels. Alright, did that fix it? Can't resolve panels from activities. But do I need to do a dot slash? Do I need a slash at the end? No, I shouldn't need that. Does not contain a default export. Sure it does. This might let me... Sometimes I run into this problem where I need to do an npm start again on the correct one. Hey there, Archie. Okay, I messed something up. Oh, right. It's this then. No? Oh, yeah, almost. It's just now we have a lot of levels of indirection. Okay, cool. Does this work now? No, it's still broken. Props is... Ooh. What happened here? Undefined. Oh, the panel... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, this is... Okay, I know what I did wrong. This is no longer a function, it is a component. So, like this. There we go. So now I have the logout button, and then I can log in as admin. Right here. Key. Cool. So when you're logged in as admin, you get this additional configuration stuff. Now I need to make that download thing work. For the download, I need to have it actually retrieve from the server, so that's one of those things I haven't ported over yet. So many things to move over from here. There was like a subscribe to configuration I did, right? Yeah. So this thing, I need that message sent when we log in. So that is authentication. Login complete, I think it's called. Login or session start or something. I can't remember what it was. Login status calls it. Login complete. Login complete. Profile where I wanted to put it? No, let's not put it here. So let's just do that. And then what I'll do is I'll have a I'll do it in the admin. So I'll also handle the login complete in the admin middleware. So there's clean separation now. The admin middleware will handle all admin stuff. And the first thing it'll do, and so I don't need this logic, do I? Oh no, I do. It's just inverted. So, right, so if we're the admin, then the admin middleware will do this extra subscription thing. So that's like, it looks like this. This is the new way to do it in the new app, is to dispatch an action to send to game this message. All right, and then that will get us the configuration back. I can test this now. It'll give us, oh, there's a warning. Empty object pattern, line 15. Oh, yeah, well, so I haven't finished that yet. Use state is used in settings panel. Oh yeah, we don't have any state. Okay. Good warnings to fix. That's because I'm just not done yet. All right. What's this? WebSocket is already closing or closed. Oh, wait a minute. It didn't like what I did. What did I do that it didn't like? Oh, we subscribed before we were done authenticating. That's the problem. So it did a fetch profile, followed by subscribe. Yeah, so it didn't finish authenticating yet. So it got the challenge. Yeah, so it did things in the wrong order. That's authentication. Admin authenticate. No, it should have done this first. Wait a minute, I don't understand then. Oh, my gears are whirring. I do this for 4 hours a day, and then I kind of get tired out. But I get re-energized for the next day. So have I been this specific stuff? You know, I've only been doing this since November, but this kind of coding, this has been my job, my life for the last 25 years. So I guess I'm used to it. Yeah. So my actual job is different now. I'm working for myself, trying to make something. But before this, when I had a desk job, so to speak, my day job was like this. I'd work for 2 to 3 to 4 hours, take a break, come back at it, and it's an iterative process where you work on one thing at a time, and you either have a formal to-do list or it's all in your head or some mixture of both. These days I'm most comfortable having this daily plan as a guide, and if I forget what I'm doing, I'll come back to here and I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm integrating admin controls. Other people like Adam13531, he'll have a very, very detailed to-do list he'll constantly go back and add stuff to. I'm more keeping some of the stuff in memory about what I want to do next, and I'm iterating on stuff I see. I kind of fix it as I'm going. So it's different for everybody. Signposted. I guess these are my signposts, so to speak. These are my my checklist. If I get down to the end here, by the way, then that means we're launching the game, so to speak, or launching the platform. This is a problem. I shouldn't get 2 of these reflects in a row. I think that might be an indicator of the problem. It never sent the response. That's a problem. Login complete is sent where? Only when we get down to here. Oh, I know why, because it's asynchronous, so I don't want to dispatch them here. I want to dispatch them inside here. That's what I want. So it's a chicken and the egg problem. All right. That makes sense. How do I clear this old stuff? There. All right. Asynchronous stuff comes to bite me again. Uh-oh. That wasn't it? No, we sent the game the auth response. There it is. And then, oh, why do we do a fetch profile? Yeah, we shouldn't have done that. Did I screw that up? In, yeah, where's fetch profile? That's in profile, right? This is not. It shouldn't be doing that. Let me look at the Redux state when that happened. What's the state look like for session? No, there's an admin key. So why did it call fetch profile? Oh, yeah, okay, that's a copy paste bug. I don't want to fetch profile. There we go. Cool. And so what did we get from the WebSocket? We got their configuration object. There it is. That's a quite big list of things. All right. So then what I want download to do is just save that as a file. So now that, so when we get it, I need to stash it somewhere. What do we get that back as? Probably an unhandled message. Yep, unexpected message configuration. So that means the server messages has to do something with configuration. You can again see the issue where some of them are uppercase and some are lowercase. I need to clean that up at some point. Unconfiguration. And that belongs roughly here. Reflect server configuration, and then what is it? So it's configuration. Message configuration. Okay, so this is a new action. Reflect server configuration. And then that we're going to use in admin. Actually, no, hold on. It's, we're just going to stash it. So that means it's something a reducer will do. Let's just put it in the session. Reflect. Here it is. So, configuration. Oh, I have a configuration reducer, so really it should go there. Yeah. Okay, this is a little bit more than, oh, shoot. So this is really client and server, right? And so this is return state, and then client is action configuration. And this one is server. Right? Then I have to be careful because everywhere configuration is used in this app, I need to go through. So it's state configuration client issue categories. What is... Oh, right. Okay. client. Oh, thanks for the follow, Wing Commander. Oh, you remind me of that old game I love to play. Wing Commander. I'm already thinking of the theme song to that game. Let's see if I horribly screwed this up. So if I didn't, I haven't done this in a few minutes. Oh, thanks for the follow, CSK Meek. Hello, how's it going? Oh, and Said Who is here. I didn't see your greeting. Hey there, Said Who. Let me just welcome everybody. And give you all my little wave. There we go. Okay, did I break anything? I don't think so. I was able to log in there, log out, and then let me log in as an admin now. Which is drag my private key there, and then it authenticates, and then I should have the configuration now, right? It should have been reduced. If I look in the Redux state, for configuration, there's server configuration. So if I do a download, oh right, I didn't do anything in the download, so let's do that. The download should work the same way that the profile download works, right? Download my personal info. It should just... Okay, so it's... Reflect player data is this thing, right? We make a blob and we do a file saver save as. So the same thing in the admin middleware. Yeah. Download configuration. So I don't need dispatch actually. Right, so it's not in the action, it is in the, so this is config, and this, so it's in the state, so it's just get state. Get state, configuration server, stringify it, and then put it into a blob and send it to the file saver. File saver is from file saver. All right, let's try it out. So now I should be able to download the game's configuration. Look at that, it worked. There's the game's configuration. And then I could change something. Let's say, yeah, let's just pretend I changed something. And then I need to open where that file is. Show, reveal, and explore, there we go. And now I should be able to drag it back in for upload. Boom. And actually came back as a change. Right? Yeah, we received it and we reflected a new one. How come this isn't working? Huh, weird. This one usually doesn't freeze like that. Anyway, I think it worked. Vertically impacted projectile. Nice one, Imperi. Yeah, Imperi is our VIP, and VIP stands for something different every single day. I'm good, CSK Meek. Should I just call you Meek? What I'm doing today is merging these old admin controls for my game into the new unified app, which will be what players use and also me as an administrator. So in an administrator mode, I'll just have different controls here. And as a normal player, you have normal player controls. So I'm taking everything I need out of here and putting it into the new tool. So I have current configuration I don't need anymore because that's automatically downloaded or automatically fetched. And then this save is now download. I don't need this forget button because that doesn't make sense anymore. The new is the upload, and key is when we're is this admin box now. So dragging in there logs me in as administrator, and Yeah, I'm just piece by piece moving stuff from the old app to the new one. Then I'll just toss this old app and go with the new one from now on. The game actually going to look like? If you look at the mock-up I made there, it's I guess to start from the beginning is if you look at the old Ultima games. Ever since I played them as a kid, I've always wanted to make my own game like that. And so I've inspired a lot by that, where you're in the middle of a screen of world tiles, and then what you see in the world is around you. So in a similar way, this box here, your avatar will be in the center. Around you, you'll see other tiles representing the game world, and you'll be able to move around in that. You'll see other players as avatars around you. And then on the right-hand side, I'm going to do the same kind of thing where there's going to be different UI panels. And so in the old games, it was very, very simple. It was a fixed UI panel, which showed your status, food, gold, hit points. And then the chat window, so to speak, had all the interaction with the game. So I'm going to have that down here. But I'll probably have more UI controls and more controls by just using the mouse in the game world. But at the core of it, it's just going to be a multiplayer version of the old, of a game like the old Ultima series. So an RPG, and I'm going to grow this organically over time while streaming on Twitch, so I can incorporate the feedback from viewers. And as I'm working on the game, people will be able to go to the main game's website, log in, and then be in the game as I'm streaming it. So that's what I'm kind of trying to aim for. And until I get the basic foundation for hosting the game, it's not online yet. So that's what I'm pushing towards. If you look at the today command, it brings you to what the final checklist to push the foundation of the game. So I'm getting admin controls I absolutely need, like control over the email blacklist, emergency controls, the client update system, cleaning up of the game state journals and snapshots. And then I want to put in some statistics before I launch the game. Put the legal stuff in, and then it's launched. You'll be able to log in. You won't be able to do anything. Like if I launched it now, you'll just see the same thing I see. But I want to get the platform up so people can log in, and then I'll start adding stuff to the game so that people who are in the game will suddenly see, oh, there's an update. Click refresh, and oh, now you see a game world, and try to proceed from there. So it's going to be a little bit of time because I'm on the average of like 4 or 5 bullet points a day. So it's maybe another couple weeks before I get through all of this and actually have something interactive we can play with. And about the architecture of the game, it is client server. So this client is in web browser, and it's React and Redux, and the backend is all C++. In between, they're all WebSockets. So if I show you the network tab, and I hit refresh on that guy, and then I log in again, you'll see a WebSocket pop up, and these are all the messages between client and server. So as an administrator, we send a thing saying we want to be an admin. The server challenges us with a random string, and then we sign it with our private key. And then the server checks it with the public key and says, okay, he's an admin. And then we do admin stuff like subscribe to the game's configuration, and we get it back as a huge JSON object. So just like it's shown in that prototype highlight, all of the interaction in the real game is going to be the same way. It's just going to, it's WebSocket messages, and the messages from the client to server will be translating your interaction with the game, and server to client will be showing, telling the client what to show in the game world and what to put in the other user interface elements. So I'm just kind of filling this in. I'm new at doing CSS and, JavaScript and web, other web stuff. I have a lot more experience on the back end, so my stream tends to slow down a bit, and I struggle a bit when I'm doing this UI stuff. But when I'm working on the back end, it goes a lot more quickly, and I put a lot more time into doing stuff like testing. So I do test-driven development because I can afford it. I go really fast on the back end, and so I can afford the extra time spent to build up a test framework. So I've done that, and I have like hundreds of tests to make sure if I break anything that I know pretty quickly. Yeah, and let me know if you guys have any more questions. Otherwise, I'm going to keep going here. I think the next thing I want to pull in is the cluster status. So that is another message that we register for in the beginning. So I'm going to look at the old tool. The old tool was admin console app.js. Subscribe to cluster state, I think is what I want. Yeah. So I really want just that keyword. And then in the admin thing, we'll just dispatch that here. Let me put that in a comment. Because I just want to copy paste this really. I want to subscribe to cluster state and configuration. And then that should give us another message that comes back that we won't know how to interpret. So let me look at the console when this comes in. So it's unexpected message leader and leader. So we're getting statistics back. We're getting which server is the leader. Oh no, it's telling us that it is the leader, I think. Right? Oh no, it's raft state and leader. So server 12 is the leader, and the raft state has more information, like we're in term 5, and then these statistics. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to turn those messages into this, which is basically mark with an L, which server is the leader, and F for follower, and then 5 is the term number in raft. Actually, I think each of these lines is interpreting one of those messages, and right now I'm only connected to one server. How do I know which server I'm connected to? Probably by the WebSocket number. 8088 is 12, I think. I guess it makes sense that we're receiving. No, it's just a coincidence that 12 is also the leader of the cluster. When will I produce all the pixel art? Or when will I? Yeah, but I'm kind of scared of that because I'm not a very good artist. So if you look at that prototype highlight, let me link it again. I did all the art there in like half an hour, and it's pretty ugly. I'm gonna start with hand-drawn art. If people really tell me that, hey, this game would be awesome if you actually, if only if you had good art, then I might consider getting some help with the art. But I kind of want to learn how to do art myself. Yeah, so just practicing for 2 weeks, you learned a lot, you improved a lot. Yeah, that's another aspect of the thing. If I'm going really retro, I mean, look at this old graphics, right? That's not too hard to draw by hand, even by a non-artist. So I can start with the retro feel by just making primitive ASCII art. I mean, not ASCII art, by making primitive pixel art, right? So maybe I shouldn't be so self-conscious about it. Before I get too far, I do want, when we're in admin mode, to connect to all 3 servers. I need to think about how I'm going to do that. Yeah, I think I know what you're going to say. Yeah, they didn't really need a whole lot of art in really old games, right? Because the games had to be pretty small. Well, it was very lo-fi, right? Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, that's one reason why I picked it. I don't know if I put that in my notes, but that I should. I might have put it here somewhere that the art is more approachable for a retro 2D kind of game. I don't know if I said so. Anyway, yeah. Cluster status. How do I want to, where do I want to show that? Do I want to show it here? So the same thing is here, but under configuration? Yeah, let's do that. So let's make a place for it in the settings panel. Right, so here, after this div. Actually, shouldn't this be outside the div? Wait a minute, what's the problem here? Oh, that got mangled. Is the problem that this has to be a fragment if it's inside of this kind of a thing? It's just a guess. I'm gonna guess that that's what it is. Okay, yeah. So this is going to be cluster status. That's what I had here, right? Yep. And the same kind of a table thing. It's more than just status, it's also controls. Yeah, we'll just keep it the way it is. So I guess I'll just pull it straight from where I had it in the app here. Render cluster status. I ought to make this its own component, right? Yeah. So let me take this whole thing and we'll make a new component in React. At this level. So it'll be called cluster status. Paste, and then let's pull things that we need from other things. So there's React and React Redux that we need. We'll need this some kind of mapping. And I don't know yet what we need. And this will be its const. And it pulls its props out. And then ultimately we do a return, right? Okay, so this goes away. And that, okay, it's really versions we want, which we don't have. Let's just list what we'll need. Versions. So this state versions becomes just versions. Then where's this? So there's also a servers. Is connected. I don't even know what that was. It was just a helper function. I don't know if I need that. Well, let's just make a placeholder for it. There we go. And then remove the this in front. Raft state takes over for this state raft state. Hey there, Hideo. There's just a lot of junk that I'm moving over right now, Hideo. So there's this old hideous app that I made a while ago for administering my game cluster. It's got different views, and I'm migrating that over to the main application. So I have the configuration stuff. It's not pretty, but it's functional. And now I'm adding in this cluster status field, this window, this table into here. And in the the old app used React classes, component classes, and I'm changing them to use functional components. I'm using the wrong words. It used to be a class component. Now it's using a functional component, and I'm using Redux. So all of the thises go. All of this states become things mapped from the Redux store. So there's just a lot of translation work I'm doing. Old Hideos? No, we don't. Hideo is one of the developers of Botland. You should play it if you haven't seen it before. And the creator Adam135331, you should check out his channel. And also, I use a Twitch chat viewer that our very own Hideo wrote. So I don't know any other Hideo. Is there an old Hideos? Boatland, yeah. Yeah, so I'm trying to refactor as I go, so clean up as I go. So this is just a big piece, big ball of old code that I need to clean up. There's just a lot of stuff in there, like different things that map to actions now. Oh, hideous, like Hideo. I see what you did there. All right. Really, one good thing about this is I can look for this, and all the thises change. Rhyolite, how are you doing? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream today? You guys should check out Rhyolite's stream if you don't know it. Oh, I didn't type that right. It's a shout out. Rhyolite's stream is always interesting. It's related to artificial intelligence, I guess you'd say. Talked about responsible AI license. Nice. So, yeah. Check out his stream sometime. Artificial intelligence and recreating brain structures, like how the human brain works, but modeling that. Yeah. That kind of stuff. Really smart stuff. All right, this. I'm eradicating this right now. What you see me doing is I'm taking some old ugly code from an old React app I made, and trying to put into the new. This is the old, and I'm putting into the new as sort of cleaned up, compartmentalized pieces of logic. Cortical learning algorithms. Yeah. You concluded it was a fool's errand? Oh, okay. There's no harm in exploring it to find that out, though. Oh, someone's home. Now the dog's gonna bark. That wasn't very much barking at all. She's getting trained. She knows that when I'm streaming not to bark so much. Okay. Yeah, so I need this becomes a prop on change server version. So I'm just making really just an inventory of what props I need right now. On remove server is another prop I need. Stream aware dog, yeah. It's kind of uncanny. When I stop streaming and then the kids go in and out, the dog barks even more. So it's like she knows that I'm streaming and that she should just kind of keep it down. Show add server form. I think actually this should not be a prop, but it should just be a state or in React because it's really local to this component. So let's make it a state. We'll use the state hook from React and we'll say const that and then set that equals use state, and then we'll default it to false. And then this becomes a set true. Oh, I put it in the wrong place. What am I doing? Oh, no, that is the correct place. Yeah, show it. Show it there. And if we're showing it, then I don't need to actually pass through any props anymore because we're going to pick those. We're going to pick what we need from... actually, I need the cancel. But I don't need the submit, do I? Submit will just add a server, so... Do I want this put props in there? Does not cancel. Let's rename this to on done. So we're gonna, when we're done, one way or another, we're gonna set it back to false. All right, and then that means I need to bring that form over. Okay, more of this stuff. Stats. So stats is another prop. Ternary, yes. You like those multi-line ternary? Most people hate the way I format, but I'm trying to model my JSX and my ternaries in JavaScript the way I would format them in C++, which I get very new line verbose. Is that the way you say it? I like to have things on different lines a lot, so my line count goes up. But the advantage I see is that if I change the inside of here, it doesn't change the outside. Whereas if I put it all in one line, and if you change something in the middle of the line, it's not obvious by the diff what actually changed. So yeah, you can use them in C++. Yeah, I expected that what face playing with sisters. That's fine. Okay, so this state stats becomes just stats. And then reset stats is another prop that I need. All right. What other thises do I have? Make snapshot. Yeah, I need that one. Almost at the 4-hour mark. I need to take a break after 4 hours, so I probably won't finish this feature right now. Let's see how far I can get. Render versions. Oh, that's this other table, right? Down here. I'm gonna keep that out. And the broadcast time I'm not gonna put there either. Yeah, let me take out this stats for now. I'm gonna put that somewhere else. Let's simplify this. So there's no stats, there's no render versions. So it's just, there's a snapshot button, and there's a table for showing what servers we have, and then there's a form for adding a new server, which I don't have yet. Right. A ternary is really just shorthand for an if statement, and then evaluating the then and the else to replace the whole statement. So it's an expression form of conditional logic. That's what it is. So in JSX, JSX is one huge expression. So ternary fits pretty well in there. Okay. So I need these props is what I need. Okay, that we're getting rid of. This is what's cool. It knows I don't use those, so I know I can delete them safely. Okay. Should I mark? Let's just grab them all and paste here as a comment, and then I need those. So these 3 need to be dispatched. So what was the shortcut playing with Skizzers? Was it is it like Alt P or something, right? No. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't select. I can't remember what it was. To put multi-cursors on the ends of the lines, there was a shortcut for that, and I already forgot what it was, but that's okay. We can just fix it now. Equals dispatch actions something. And then all these indented, and then this will be change server version. Make snapshot. Remove server. This took an ID, right? So change server version took what? Why does it take an event? Why an event? Oh, that's ugly. So yeah, I need this. And put that inside here, right? Const on, because we're getting a version selected out and calling. Let's change this name. Let's call this on version selected. Version selected is that value, and then right, so we're calling on change server version. Let's have the ID of the server first, and then version selected. All right, so that is a prop. All right. We need ref state servers and versions. So that's state dot. I think we're gonna put this all in admin, right? So ref state servers versions. Actually, did I need versions for anything? Oh, I need it for the version select. Okay, fine. And then I referenced another component in here, right? Add server form. I'm just going to copy that and clean it up later. This add server form, we'll put it down here. I think it's a pure React component, but it's a component based one, not a function one. I'll just clean it up later. So for now, we'll just import it. Do we do .js's? Oh, what did I do here to mess that up? Uh-oh. Oh, because, yeah. So this, there we go. Okay. And then I decided to put this all in one component, right? Cluster status. And then we're just going to import that from the right place. Dot, 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 dot. How many? There we go. Okay. Does it actually build now? Or no, it's horribly broken. Unexpected token on 101. All right. Okay, because these are all, that's the wrong syntax. That's better. Add server from is not exported from add server from. Really? Oh, it's a default import or export. So that means what? In here, I just remove that, right? Cluster status is not exported. It's okay, that's wrong. Let's remove the render part. And then settings panel, same problem, right? It's the default export. Underscore is not that's low dash. And I'm using that why? Just because it was convenient? Yeah, alright. Low dash it is. that means I have to actually npm import Lodash, or install Lodash. And then I gotta wait for that. Alt-I? I think, so I must have done the same thing. Let's see. No, Alt-L. Underscore means different things to different people, right? Some people make it Lodash, other people have like underscore, and there's some other alternatives, right? But it's just shorthand stuff. I think it was this sort by. I couldn't find anything in JavaScript that did it, like in native JavaScript or ES6. So, but Lodash did it, so I can do that to make it even more clear, I guess. I don't know. Used to be called underscore. I thought it was that it was inspired by underscore or something. Okay, so class names is not defined in cluster status. All right, so I'm missing a few more things. Class names. Actions, right. Actions need to be imported. Actions. And actually, that's at the same level. Can't resolve actions from... Okay, it is one level up. There we go. So, login. And RAF states... Alright, so it's not defined yet. So I need to have a reducer for that. Actually, I don't have an admin reducer at all, so this doesn't make sense. Where do I want to put it? They're going to put it under session. Is that where I decided to put it anyway? I don't want it to get too big. I'm going to make another reducer called admin. That's what I'm going to do. So, admin. Don't need that. So the initial state... Actually, I'm going to move the admin key to admin. I'm going to do that. So I'm going to call it key. And then raft state. What is the shape of raft state? It is an object keyed by ID. Really? Okay. And then, what else? Servers. What's the shape of servers? Is it the same thing? If it's sort by, it's probably an array. And then versions, I think, is an object also. Yeah, object values for each. Yeah, so it's probably, it's an object. All right. Okay. So the key is the admin key. These don't matter, but I want session end, because session end we're going to clear the key. It's not persistent yet. And that's all we want so far. And then actions index, reducers index needs to pull this in. So admin, capital admin, and then pull that into, actually, yeah, reducer. Actually, I don't know why I do that. They're all default exports, so why can't I just call it admin? Why can't I just remove these reducers everywhere? Not everywhere, but... Oh, because the names of the files had reducer in it. No. want to do that manually. Yeah, I don't think I need these names, right? Because I can rename them. I can name them whatever I want. And then I can just make these shorthand. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay. So, the session reducer, I can remove admin. So I don't need that in there. And the session end doesn't need that. And then what uses admin? .admin. Tickets. Why is it using admin in tickets? Oh, right. Okay, so yes. I don't actually need the key, but what we'll do is we'll say not key. Turn it into a Boolean. From truthy to strictly Boolean. Oh, yeah. The reason why I keep reducer in the name is mostly because I run into problems with IntelliSense if I have two files that have the same name but are in different directories. But once we get past that, like inside of here, since this is default, it doesn't actually have a name. And the import specifically lets me pick a name. I'm just going to pick one that's convenient, that matches exactly what I want the key to be. So, but I think that kind of a rant is like it depends on personal preference. So, here, right? Right. So everywhere else I had admin. So the same thing. It's a key. Hold on. Did I get the other one wrong? I think I did. Yeah, it's admin key. This is a Boolean formed from this. Let's actually make that say is admin. One thing at a time. Yeah, so this is admin key. Because that's in a middleware, yes. Why am I typing it over and over again? I should just be copy pasting. I don't know. Okay. So here, let me rename these. It will be is admin. Do I not use that? That's odd. Why did I have that there and I never used it? I must have had a control that I subsequently moved out from here. Okay, I don't need it, so I'm going to remove it. There. One less piece of complexity. Okay. Same thing here. More explicit in names? Yeah, I try to be more explicit in my names anyway. But I consider the path as part of the name sometimes. Like, I would like this to be called just settings.js and rely on it being in the path of panels. But yeah, I concede to some things in IntelliSense and other linters and stuff like that don't take the path into consideration, and they get confused if you have two files called settings.js. Even if one is a panel and the other one is a reducer or something. Okay, where are we? Where do we stand with this? Okay, so that's there, but the buttons don't do anything now, right? Okay, that actually worked. But it's getting kind of long. I wonder if what I'll end up doing is for the ad, I'll make it a dialogue or something. Okay, yeah, that cancel didn't do the right thing. That cancel should do something different. That was on done, right, in ad server form? So it's not on submit. I'm actually surprised that it refreshed like that. Is that something that we can see in the console? What is this? Oh, I forgot about, yeah, we're still not interpreting this correctly. Okay. And when I hit cancel, why did it refresh like that? I'm going to do the trick that Adam taught me a few days ago. He did something on his stream that I didn't know you could do. I'm going to go do that. And that is that you can go to this debugger. Where was the debugger? Sources, and you can click on a button to stop on break on exceptions, right? Gosh, I don't even know where that was. It was here somewhere though. Not application. Okay, now I don't know where it was. It's the stop sign button. Okay. Looking for the stop sign button. Don't see it. I thought it would be under sources here. That's the problem with buttons and stop signs. You don't see them. Oh, here we go. Pause on sessions. Got it. Got it. All right, so now I can hit that and hit cancel and see what the heck's going on. Yeah, I knew that that wasn't a function, but why would it completely refresh when I did that? Oh, probably because it doesn't do the prevent default first. Yeah. Yeah, so the default action of the form, so if I did that first, that should go away, right? Then I can get rid of the stop sign. Thank you, guys. And I should get the error, yeah, okay, so I'll fix that. It's undone. Well, hold on. I want this to be actually sent somewhere. But for now, we'll just do this props undone. I just wanted to hide it for now. Cancel. There we go. And then what does the ad do? Yeah, same thing. All right. How did that work? That would have gone to the wrong prop. I don't know how that worked. That should just be on done. Okay, anyway. That doesn't do anything. Because so I haven't added those actions. Okay. Change server version. And then make snapshot. And remove server. Now the buttons will do nothing, but at least they won't crash. Snapshot, and then yeah, there's no servers. So we will have seen that as an unexpected message here. Console. Actually, I think I get the servers through the configuration, now that I think about it. So that will be in our state. Whoa. Why is it showing me all of that? Ooh. Yeah, I wanted inspector. What was that I got to? Log monitor? Interesting. I've never seen that before. Oh, that's awesome. Look at that. Huh. Yes, the configuration state is pretty deep. Is that the deepest object? Yeah, it's the configuration. Oh, there's some deep stuff here. Profile. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know you could do that. I really just cared about what did I care about? The server configuration has a servers list in it, right? It was buried under realms, and then you had to know the name of your realm. And then there's a server list. Yeah, there it is. This is going to be more work than I have time to do today. Because I need to have some way for the tool to know what realm we're in. You know, maybe I'll just get rid of realm for now, or I'll hard code it. The idea I had was if I have multiple clusters to scale the game up, that when you go from one area of the game to another, you'd actually transition to a new set of servers. And so you'd have to track what server you're connected to at all times. And then we'd have a default server you'd log into, and if your character was on a different server, you'd just be instantly redirected to there. Yeah, I need to think about this some more. I need to wrap up my stream because I need to go eat lunch. So let me think. I mean, it doesn't break. It's just these controls don't do anything right now, and I need to clean that up. I think I'll just check it in what I have so far, and then go work on it again tomorrow. Pulled in Lodash. So I added the actions, but they don't go anywhere yet. I fixed the drop zone. New admin middleware. I did a lot of stuff without checking in, didn't I? What happened here? Oh, I removed old CSS I didn't need. Yeah, and I moved some panels around. So I'll call this work in progress. Integrating admin console elements. Or let's pick a word that doesn't mean something else. Parts of the admin console. So looking at this, what did I add? Start adding cluster status. Add configuration upload download. This is server configuration. Or game configuration really is what it is. Oh, you guys have a good night too. Or a good rest of your day. I'm gonna check this in and we'll wrap up the stream. Yeah, so pushed client configuration down one level in the state. And what else did we do? Like move status or settings panel into its own component. You do that with the other components too. Didn't need the admin flag from there at all. Right, added those, but they're still work in progress. I think we're good for now. Oh. Move admin key to admin.key. Settings to admin key. There we go. Good enough. So how far did I get done? I feel like I didn't get as much done today. Yeah, I'm like halfway. This is a big bullet item, it turns out. So I'll try to finish this tomorrow. Actually, no, I'm not going to be working tomorrow. I'll try to finish this on Wednesday. And probably I'll be on this on Thursday and Friday. Yeah, so tomorrow I'm not streaming because I have an appointment in the middle of the day. I have no idea how long it'll take. So it kind of disrupts my schedule. I'll be back Wednesday. And the schedule, my normal schedule is 10 a.m. Pacific, which is 1700 hours. And that'll be true tomorrow. I mean, Wednesday. But then Thursday, Friday, I've shifted my schedule forward 3 hours. So it'll be like 1 p.m. Pacific or 2000 hours UTC because of I wanted to watch Adam's stream at the first robotics championship in Detroit. So I'll probably be hosting him Thursday and Friday during my normal time. Yeah, appointment tomorrow. Feels bad, man, playing with skizzers? Oh well. I'm not sure what the context of that is, but if you mean that I won't be streaming tomorrow, yeah, sorry. Thanks for the follow, JSP. So yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday, continuing my work on this. I just got to get through it, and yeah, bit by bit, I'm incorporating the stuff I had in this old admin tool, ticket list, the player list, and cleaning it up, and then once that's fully in place, adding in more admin controls, and then finally putting this online, and then actually creating a game world there. Yeah, sorry about no stream, but yeah. Got stuff to get done. I'll be back on Wednesday, folks. Is there anybody streaming that we can go raid? Oh, thanks, Reset in Peace. You know, I just realized it's not Rest in Peace, it's Reset in Peace. That's actually a clever name. I like it. You know, I don't feel like actually raiding anyone today. I think what I'll do is, well, do you guys want me to raid someone? If not, maybe I'll just let you guys pick where you want to go from here. I could pick something completely different. And now for something completely different. No, that's okay. Well, how about we raid someone that I just met recently who is working on a game in Unity. We're gonna raid Spherus. The Spherus is working on a game in Unity and relatively new streamer, so hope you enjoy. I'm gonna go hit the button now. All right, I will see you guys on Wednesday. Again, not here tomorrow, but I'm back on Wednesday. So take care. Have a good day. Bye. Bye-bye.